Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution. The biggest defeat in U.S. military history, and it's only getting worse. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, it's getting worse by the day. Trump won't out. Iran refused to stop. Let's get into the content. Salute to my brother Warren Well for the donation, starting the program off to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. You know, I absolutely appreciate that love, soldiers. Salute. Let's get right into it.
My friends, the U.S. is losing too many aircraft against Iran. We're a month into this war. These are all the aircraft the U.S. has lost.
Oh, my goodness.
Officially.
This war has been won.
But you know what? Most of them were destroyed on the ground. And you know,
I heard a reporter just asked Trump in the White House a serious question. Iran is threatening all of our businesses in the Middle East, threatening to hit them. Business owners, corporations in the Middle East is now worried, and they take what Iran say serious. So the reporters are asking Trump, are you making a deal? Is it something we're going to do? Because Iran is finna hit these universities and hit all of our Walmarts and McDonald's and Burger Kings and Pizza Hut, all that different crap we got over there. They're going to hit that stuff. Trump said he should have took it to the mental institution. He said, hit them with what? BB guns? What they going to be? What they going to hit them with? What they going to be shooting? And everybody in the room just looking at him, but the world is laughing. Like, y'all will not tell this man. We all know Iran is winning, and we all know they have weapons. Trump asked the reporter, what was Iran gonna shoot at the people? He said Iran not even shooting at the U.S. anymore. That's crazy.
You know why? The geniuses of the U.S. Air Force just parked their big bulky aircraft side by side, fully exposed. Leaving your most valuable assets in plain sight like that is criminal incompetence. There's no other way to put it. The US laughed at Russia for Operation Spiderweb without learning a single lesson from it. Unknown technology.
First time.
Contrary to all the announcements, Iranian air defense is still solid. And now the worst part is that the Iranians also maintained enough strike capabilities to fire back. Everything is going according to plan. That's how on the 27th of March, Iran managed to hit the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Again! This is the fourth time. The base just kept getting hammered over and over. And that's how the Iranians managed to destroy a super critical E-3 Sentry AWACS. Possibly two, as well as multiple KC-135 Stratotankers.
This war has been won.
It's a complete disaster. So in this video, we'll talk about the latest Iranian strike that destroyed the E-3 Sentry AWACS. But before that, we'll go through a summary of all the US aircraft lost since the beginning of the war. Let's start with a quick word from today's sponsor. Hey guys, real quick before we keep rolling, today's video is sponsored by Chat LLM by Abacus AI. And honestly, this is the one AI tool you will use every single day. Nowadays, we're swarmed by LLMs. ChatGPT 5.2, Claude Opus 4.6.
Imagine you are her. After your annual mammogram, you learn you have breast cancer. But your expert Houston Methodist team assures you they'll use
Gemini 3 Pro, Grok 4.1, DeepSeek. So many to choose from. Chat LLM gives you everything in one place for only $10 a month. Route LLM automatically picks the best model for you depending on Strike Eagles were shut down over Kuwait. I already talked about it in this video, but essentially it was a friendly fire incident. Here's the first F-15 in complete free fall. In this one, we can observe a second one crashing down in flames. And for the third one, someone recorded the moment it got hit by a missile. This is important because people thought it was a friendly fire incident involving a Patriot missile. but the size of the explosion is small, which rather points towards an air-to-air missile. And a couple days after I posted my video, the following footage was released. We see the same F-15E getting hit in the tail, but then seconds later, we see the Kuwaiti fighter jet that shot it down. This means the Kuwaiti pilot had a direct line of sight on the target. What can I say? Lack of training. He didn't know the difference between a friendly US fighter jet and a hostile Iranian one. But anyway, I guess the ghost of Kuwait deserves 3 victories. Shortly after, locals recovered the pilots that ejected from the fighter jets, 2 males and 1 female. Now, if we zoom in on the backseat of this picture, we can see the pilot's helmet, which is the same helmet worn by the 335th Fighter Squadron of the 4th Operations Group, which is deployed out of Jordan. But in reality, we're talking about 6 airmen, because F-15Es are dual seats, with 1 pilot and 1 weapon system officer. So that means combat search and rescue teams found the 3 other airmen before the locals did. Now, what's important is that the US command is not going to publicly announce all its aerial losses unless some death is involved, which they can't hide. For example, on the 5th of March, some Iraqis filmed a pilot parachuting down near Basra International Airport. Some people say it's fake, but the police in Basra were dispatched to search for US pilots. And that was it. We didn't hear much more about it. So we can believe the combat search and rescue team retrieved the pilots before the locals did. How many more times did such rescue operations happen? And I mean, if there's no publicly available footage of an aircraft getting shut down, look, they're gonna stay silent. From what I recall, we didn't even get pictures of the crash sites from these F-15E Strike Eagles. So there must be teams whose sole purpose is to clean up the mess after an aircraft got shut down. Next up, on the 12th of March, the US Air Force lost another aircraft due to some incident, but this time, it was fatal. During a mid-air refueling operation, there was a collision between 2 KC-135 refueling aircraft. One of the KC-135 stratotankers landed safely, but the other crashed in western Iraq, and this caused the death of 6 airmen. This is what the mother of Sergeant Tyler H. Simmons had to say.
When you hear the knock on the door, you're hoping that it's not a knock that, you just don't want. And when they knocked on the door, and Milo answered the door, I heard him say, "Oh no," and I knew, he was our only child, grandchildren we won't have.
People.
What a tragedy.
See, the U.S. military, shame on them. They're not even supposed to take only children. I thought if you was the only child of the U.S. military, I just was arguing with somebody about that the other day. That somebody was telling me, well, if you're the only boy, man, these people don't give a damn about that shit, nigga. They finna take everything they can take. They just raised the age. They want 40, 50, 60, 70. If you can hold a rifle or a musket, they finna drag you out there. That's a fact.
Tragedy. Losing your only child is really the ultimate sacrifice. Allegedly, in this video, we have part of the wreckage of the KC-135. But overall, once again, we were not told much about what happened. CENTCOM just kept repeating that the loss of the aircraft was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. You see, they love to play with semantics, playing with words, because it doesn't mean that enemy elements were not involved. French-Canadian YouTuber Atishwe, a former Rafale pilot, had an interesting theory. According to him, a drone from an Iraqi militia group could have attempted to target the KC-135s. And while attempting to outmaneuver this threat while refueling, they collided. Oh yeah, most people are not aware of it, but KC-135s frequently refuel each other. The main reason is to keep tankers airborne during long-duration operations. I've also been told that KC-135 stratotanker crews push an average of 14 to 16-hour shifts. At the same time, many pilots of the US Air Force consider the KC-135 to be one of the hardest planes to fly. Most of them are from the 60s, they lack maintenance, and something is bound to break. So both the crews and the machines are pushed to their limits. To make matters even worse, there's no hatch to bail out. And even if there was, there are no parachutes on board. In this article from March 2008, Technical Sergeant Chastity Forrest said, "It's one less thing for them to worry about," referring also to the time saved by not having to include parachutes in pre-flight procedures. I guess. At least they have a box at the back with a revolver inside it. 2 days later, on the 14th of March, the Wall Street Journal reported 5 Air Force refueling planes hit an Iranian strike on Saudi Arabia. We're talking about the same KC-135 Stratotankers. Now we're told that 5 more are gone. Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia serves as a key hub for U.S. aerial refueling operations for the joint U.S.-Israel aerial bombing campaign against Iran. This is a Chinese satellite image of the base on the 24th of February, 4 days before Operation Epic Fury. I can count 15 KC-135s on the tarmac. Look at all these aircraft just parked side by side in the open on the flight line. It's not a surprise that the Iranians already attacked that airbase on March 1st. And this led to the death of 26-year-old U.S. soldier Sergeant Benjamin Pennington. He was assigned to the 1st Base Battalion 1st Base Brigade. I don't know, it's weird to say. This is what Prince Sultan Air Base looked like on the 14th of March. 2 weeks into the war and there's still 43 aircraft in plain sight. The US Air Force is just asking to get wrecked. The Iranians first fired drones and decoys. Saudi air defense units fired everything at them. That's how one or multiple ballistic missiles went through and hit the base. As a result, 5 KC-135 Stratotankers were damaged on the ground. Now, we didn't have any pictures to see the damage that was inflicted on these aircraft. We were just told the tankers are being repaired and are expected to return to service.
Contact Roberts Air for all your heating and cooling needs.
Right.
Yet the following satellite image tells a completely different story. I mean, look at this mess. Look at the scar on the tarmac. I just see possibly 3 or at least 2 KC-135s that seem to have been completely burned down. They really talked about damaged aircraft that could be repaired and brought back to service. And then we see 4 additional aircraft that seem to have been damaged to some extent. And then the Iranians double tapped the same base 3 days later. As you can see here, once again, about 20 aircraft are just parked out in the open.
Madness.
But this time they were not the target of Iranian forces. We can observe 3 confirmed impact sites, including 1 inside the US compound. In total, 3 buildings were hit: a C-130 hangar, a warehouse, and the worst of all, a gym. No, this is going too far. Nobody touches a gym. The gym is sacred ground. Up until now, you'll notice that all these aerial losses are due to accidents or some form of negligence, such as aircraft being destroyed on the ground. But the next one is undeniably due to hostile fire in the classic sense. On the 19th of March, Iran's IRGC released footage of a direct strike on an F-35A Lightning II. This is the first time that an F-35 was hit by hostile fire. This is a truly historic accomplishment by Iranian air defense. This is a symbolic blow to the jet's nearly invulnerable reputation.
A devastating loss for the enemy!
Not so stealthy after all, eh? For your information, had it been an F-35C, we would have known that it operated from the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea. But it was mentioned that it was specifically an F-35A, which operates from land bases. More specifically, 2 F-35A squadrons are operating from 2 US air bases in the Gulf region, one at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, and another at Al Dhafra Air Base in the United Arab Emirates. Now, if we go back to the video, the footage cut quickly, but in the last frame, we can see that the F-35 did not fully explode, but it was definitely hit. CENTCOM remained strangely quiet on this one, but we all know what they would have said. CENTCOM cope be like, technical malfunction caused one of the aircraft's missiles to explode exactly at the same time as an Iranian air defense missile was locked in on the F-35. TWZ was also coping. US Air Force F-35 makes emergency landing after allegedly being hit by Iranian fire. What do you mean, allegedly? We all saw the footage. It clearly got hit. That's when Geoff Broomfield wrote this on Twitter. Our Pentagon correspondent reports pilot is in stable condition with shrapnel wounds. F-35 made a hard landing and won't be returning to service anytime soon. Or, in other words, the F-35 was shot down. If an aircraft is severely damaged by hostile action, or if the pilot is forced to crash land, then it counts as an aerial victory. Now the question is, what shot it down? The main clues are the small warhead and electro-optical infrared guidance. So it's either Majid AD-08 or KM-118 surface-to-air missile. They're among Iran's most relevant modern short-range air defense systems for low-altitude threats. But the KM-118 is primarily optimized for drones, like the MQ-9 Reaper. The footage's clean passive EO-IR lock and compact missile profile points more towards the Majid AD-08. The F-35's heat signature from the engine exhaust cannot be fully eliminated, especially at lower altitudes. The Majid's passive imaging infrared seeker plus EO tracker exploited this weakness without emitting any radar signals. The F-35's radar warning receiver and electronic warfare suite likely provided little to no warning until the missile was in terminal phase. And that's a textbook SAM ambush. Now there's still many unknowns. For example, we don't know where that happened. Then it's a Black Hawk helicopter that was destroyed. Can you guess? On the tarmac. It's becoming a trend. On the 24th of March, pro-Iran militias in Iraq used FPV drones to fly over Victory Base near the Baghdad airport. The first one destroyed an AN MPQ-64 Sentinel radar system, and the second one struck an HH-60M medical evacuation helicopter. We can see that these militiamen are not really organized because we don't have footage of the destroyed helicopter. Usually you would have an operator flying a recon drone, guiding all the FPV drones to their targets, and recording the destruction they have caused for more PR points. If you want more information, I did an entire video about it. Link will be in the description below. The next day, on the 25th, after F-15s and an F-35, it's an F-18 that got a really close call. Let's start with CENTCOM's report. True, no US fighter aircraft have been shot down by Iran. As we've just established, an F-35 did get shot down, but it wasn't destroyed in the air. And then false. The IRGC announced a US FA-18 fighter was struck over Chabahar using new advanced air defense systems. These people really think they're still fighting the Iraq war from 2003. Now everyone in the world has smartphones. Let's take a look at the footage that the locals recorded. Cheyenne, terrible camera work. We don't see anything. It's shaky. Oh, fighter jet. Something coming up and boom. There was a strike. But I understand it can be confusing. So let's bring the VAR and have a look at it in slow motion. We can see the missile heading towards the F-18. And it looks like it does strike the aircraft. We can almost see part of the F-18 just flying off. You know, it's like when you play soccer or football and the ball brushes off the tip of your fingers. Do you call handball or not? This means we could be looking at Iranian troops armed with a MiSAG-3, an Iranian copy of the Chinese QW-18 Manpad, equipped with a 1.5 kilogram warhead. What we just saw is a US Navy FA-18EF Super Hornet, operating from the USS Lincoln aircraft carrier. We have this video from the 15th of March, where we see another one of the Super Hornets making a low-level strafing run with its gun over the same area at super low altitude. If we put the pieces of the puzzle together, the Super Hornet was already turning hard. Wait, what? No. Whoops, let's restart. The Super Hornet was already turning hard left as the missile appeared in the frame. Maybe the pilot was just lucky, or he got cues from sensors, or maybe the pilot saw the MPAD being fired at him, which prompted him to start evasion maneuvers. Anyway, that last-minute turn caused the MiSAG-3 to pass right behind and detonate via proximity fuse, instead of directly hitting the F-18. So yeah, it was a really close call. Now, something extremely important is how both of these Super Hornets flew right over the Iranian port city of Chabahar, which is exactly where I think the US Marines will launch their amphibious operation. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I recommend you to check out this video and look for option 4. Before we talk about the latest Iranian strike and the destruction of an E-3 Sentry AWACS, it's important to note that about 12 MQ-9 Reapers have been shot down by Iranian air defense since the 28th of February. There was this one near Khorramabad on the 7th of March. On the 12th of March, one in Kerman province. 2 days later, on the 14th of March, one over Bandar Abbas. Or like this one that was shot down near Shiraz on the 28th of March. Like CENTCOM would say, they all crashed due to technical malfunctions, at an average of $30 million apiece. These 12 MQ-9 Reapers that were destroyed sum up to $360 million.
My half.
But that's not all. Air and Space Forces declared over a dozen Reapers were lost to the Houthis since late 2023. Combined with the losses in Iran, that means the Air Force may have lost as much as 10% of its Reaper fleet. But the article was released on the 11th of March. So you can imagine the situation now, 3 weeks later. The attrition rate in this war against US-made weapons is so devastating. The US is going to start feeling it within a month. And contrary to what we've been told, Iranian air defense is still pretty much active. Same with their ballistic missile launches. This brings us to the 27th of March, with yet another Iranian missile strike on Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia.
Again!
The Wall Street Journal reported crucial E-3 Sentry aircraft damaged in Saudi base attack. Once again, damaged there. And then came the images. Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3.
So bullshit! All of it!
Yeah, they all look damaged beyond repair. The Iranians released this satellite image, and we can clearly see that it was an extremely precise missile strike, right on target, because they purposely targeted the most important part of the E3, the section that holds the rotating radome, which contains several sensitive instruments, including antennas for the E3's AN/APY-2 surveillance radar system. And this happened on the western end of the airbase. Now you'll understand that this is a complete disaster, because the US E-3 Sentry AWACS fleet is tiny. About 16 aircraft are available, but only 50% are currently operational. Out of these 9 E-3s, 6 of them are deployed to the Middle East. -1 now. Minus 16%. Not only that, NPR reported how at least 15 US service members were wounded Friday, and how 2 E-3 Sentry aircraft were damaged. Well. That would mean Iran took out 30% of the E-3s deployed on theater. This is an unmitigated disaster. The E-3 Sentry AWACS is a critical US airborne command and control aircraft that provides all-weather surveillance, battle management, and command of air operations. And this means there are more gaps than ever in the US air defense network. But E-3s were not the only aircraft that were targeted that day. According to this satellite image taken by Landsat 89, there's a plume of smoke rising from the east side of the airbase as well. Meanwhile, Sentinel-2L satellite imagery from the 29th of March confirms multiple strike locations at Prince Sultan Air Base. We can observe a scar on the west end of the airbase. This marks the location where the US Air Force E-3 Sentry AWACS aircraft has been confirmed as hit. There's an even larger scar on the main tarmac, which further confirms the destruction of at least 1, possibly 2, US Air Force KC-135 tankers. Looking at this missile attack, it's possible that even more aircraft have been damaged, such as a second E-3 AWACS. But that's not all. The large C-130 hangar that was already struck on the 17th of March appears to have been hit again. And overall, we can count 5 other impact points scattered across the entire base. Contrary to all the announcements, Iran has not yet been defeated. The Persian Tiger can definitely still bite. And the fact that the US Air Force still leaves such valuable aerial assets in plain sight without any sort of protection a month into the war is just criminal negligence. That's all I have for you today. See you in the next one.
It is just past 2 p.m. here in the studio, but honestly, who can sleep? Not when the ground is shaking under the feet of the world's so-called indispensable nation. We are witnessing something that the Pentagon's press briefers are going to have a very hard time spinning their way out of. Iran has just executed what appears to be a masterclass in asymmetric warfare, launching a series of coordinated precision strikes that have literally blown a hole through the facade of American military invincibility in the Persian Gulf.
We're learning that a U.S. base in Bahrain was hit by a missile attack. It targeted a center that served as a headquarters to the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet.
The Iranian military has now inflicted heavy damage on U.S. military infrastructure in Bahrain.
Iran carried out chilling attacks on several United States military installations across the Middle East.
This wasn't a stray rocket or a Houthi drone.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Garrick Marshall for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I absolutely appreciate the love, soldiers. Salute.
Drone that got lucky. No. This was the 87th wave of Operation True Promise 4, and from what we are gathering from sources across the region, the Iranian military, specifically their naval and aerospace divisions, have delivered a message written in fire and steel directly to the doorstep of the United States Fifth Fleet. We are looking at simultaneous impacts in Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. But let's focus on the epicenter of American naval power in the region, Bahrain. According to statements released by Iranian military channels and corroborated by open-source intelligence, a secret meeting building housing over 200 American soldiers and commanders was struck with surgical precision. This wasn't a random barracks. This was a site specifically chosen because it was hosting a gathering of operational commanders. The fact that Iran's military knew the timing of this meeting, the exact moment when the highest concentration of command personnel would be in one place, is not just a lucky break. It is a screaming declaration of the depth of their human intelligence penetration inside what was supposed to be the most secure coalition zone in the Middle East. This isn't just about blowing up a building. It's about demonstrating that the Iranian intelligence apparatus has the ability to map the movements, the habits, and the vulnerabilities of the U.S. Central Command in real time. And they pulled the trigger at the exact moment of maximum impact. Before we dig into the specifics of the weapons systems that bypassed what was supposed to be an impenetrable American shield, I need to ask you something. If you are watching this right now, feeling the weight of history crashing down around us, you know that the corporate media is going to sanitize this. They are going to talk about escalation without telling you about the brutality of the U.S.-Israeli aggression that started this on February 28th. We are here to give you the raw, unvarnished truth. So please, do me a favor. Smash that like button, not because you like war, but because you like truth. Drop a comment, even if it's just a dot or a flag or your city. Let the algorithm know that real people are awake and paying attention. And if you haven't already, subscribe to this channel. We don't take a dime from corporate sponsors or defense contractors. Your subscription keeps honest journalism alive. Now, let's get back to the story and break down exactly how this happened. Because the lies coming out of CENTCOM are already piling up faster than the rubble.
Really?
All right, let's talk about the Fifth Fleet. For anyone who hasn't been paying attention, the U.S. Fifth Fleet, headquartered in Bahrain, is the crown jewel of American naval projection in West Asia. It's the force that is supposed to guarantee freedom of navigation, but in reality, it is the enforcement arm of U.S. and Israeli hegemony over the region. The primary base is in Manama, but it's not just a dock for aircraft carriers. We are talking about the Naval Support Activity Bahrain, a sprawling, heavily fortified complex. The construction details are important because they show how high the bar was for Iran to clear. This base is designed with multiple layers of security, hardened aircraft hangars for maritime patrol aircraft like the P-8 Poseidon, which are used to hunt submarines and spy on Iranian naval movements. They have underground command and control nodes, blast-proof barracks, and, this is critical, they are ringed by a layered air defense network that includes Aegis Ashore capabilities and advanced radar arrays like the AN-TPS-59, which has a range of over 700 kilometers, specifically designed to track ballistic missiles coming from Iran. But here's the detail that makes the Iranian strike so devastating. The target wasn't the main base itself, where the defenses are the heaviest. The Iranian military hit a secret or off-base residence, a compound where the 5th Fleet commanders were gathered outside their main garrison. This speaks to an intelligence infiltration that is frankly stunning. For the Iranians to know not only the location of this temporary command post, but the precise timing of a high-level meeting indicates that the U.S. security bubble in Bahrain has been completely compromised. The 5th Fleet is also the nerve center for Task Force 59, a unit that specializes in unmanned surface vessels and AI-linked drones designed to create a radar barrier across the Strait of Hormuz. The entire purpose of this fleet is to threaten Iran's ability to defend its own waters, to choke its economy, and to project power directly onto Iran's coastline. And yet, when it came time to protect their own commanders, their vaunted radar barriers and AI networks failed catastrophically. Now, let's move to the United Arab Emirates. This is where the depth of this operation becomes even clearer. Iranian military forces destroyed a U.S. command and control center located near Al-Minhad Air Base. Al-Minhad is not just any airfield. It is a critical logistics hub for U.S. and coalition forces, handling intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance assets. But what Iran targeted was actually a hidden command center, separate from the main runway, where over 200 American commanders and mid-ranking officers had gathered. We are receiving reports that the Iranian strike used a combination of loitering munitions, drones that circle an area waiting for a target, and precision missiles that impacted during the meeting itself. The choice of Al-Minhad is significant because this base, along with Al-Dhafra, hosts the U.S. F-35 and F-22 squadrons. These are the jets that the U.S. and Israel have been using to penetrate Iranian airspace. By striking the command and control node that coordinates those fighter operations, Iran effectively blinded the U.S.'s ability to coordinate its next wave of airstrikes. And then there is Saudi Arabia. The Iranian military claims to have destroyed an airborne early warning radar outside the base on the coast of Dhahran. For those who know military aviation, this is a massive blow. Dhahran is a logistical hub that houses the radar systems guiding F-16 fighter jets. But there is a detail here that is going to make Donald Trump's blood run cold. Reports are emerging that among the equipment destroyed was a high-value asset, what they are calling a priced radar plane Sentry. We are talking about a sophisticated airborne radar platform, likely a version of the E-3 Sentry, AWACS, or a ground-based equivalent, that was supposed to give the U.S. total situational awareness over the Gulf. The destruction of this asset is a massive humiliation. The silence from the White House right now is deafening. Donald Trump, who campaigned on being the strongman who would protect American interests, is sitting there facing the reality that a system he probably bragged about being unbeatable was taken out by Iranian drones and missiles. He cannot believe it, and he doesn't know what to say because there is no victory to spin here. There is only the image of American hardware smoldering in the sand. Let's talk about the weapons themselves, because this is where the technological narrative falls apart for the West. The Iranian military utilized a mix of precision missiles and advanced drones in a coordinated multi-axis attack. These aren't the rudimentary lawnmower drones of a decade ago. We are talking about systems that can evade the Patriot missile batteries that the U.S. has stationed all over the region. How did they do it? By overwhelming the defenses with mass and sophistication, but also by exploiting the gaps in the radar coverage. The U.S. has spent trillions of dollars on systems like the Aegis combat system, which is designed to track dozens of targets simultaneously. But the sheer volume of the 87th wave, combined with the use of low-radar cross-section drones, meant that the U.S. air defense crews had seconds to react, if they reacted at all. The IRGC, or rather the Iranian military, has clearly been studying the vulnerabilities of these bases for years. They knew the firing arcs of the CIWS, close-in weapon systems, on the naval bases. They knew the radar shadow zones of the ground-based interceptors, and they timed their strikes to coincide with the rotation of shifts, hitting at the precise moment of human fatigue. The silence from CENTCOM is also a story in itself. Usually, when a drone is intercepted, we get a press release within the hour. Our brave forces successfully engaged and destroyed a hostile UAV. But tonight, there's nothing but the sound of crickets. They are lying about the outcome, trying to spin this as minor damage or no casualties, but the imagery tells a different story. When you hit a command and control center, you're not just hitting concrete, you're hitting the brains of the operation. The loss of life among those 200-plus officers and commanders in Bahrain and the UAE is catastrophic for the U.S. military's institutional knowledge. You can't replace a commander who has 5 years of regional experience with a fresh recruit from Texas overnight. The Fifth Fleet is effectively decapitated. This makes the war painfully costly for the Trump administration. The United States and Israel launched an aggression against Iran on February 28th, killing hundreds of civilians, and they thought that would break the Iranian will. Instead, they have unleashed a response that is methodical, attritional, and devastating. According to data compiled from defense ministries across the region, Iran has launched over 5,400 missile and drone attacks targeting U.S. bases and critical sites in just the past month. Think about that number, 5,471 attacks. This is not a spasm of violence. This is a sustained industrial-scale campaign of attrition. The UAE has intercepted over 400 ballistic missiles and 1,900 drones. Saudi Arabia has reported over 1,000 drone attacks. The American bases are bleeding air defense interceptors faster than they can be resupplied. The war has now entered its 32nd day, and the multi-front reality is collapsing on the heads of the aggressors. While Israel pounds Tehran from the air, causing blackouts and destruction, Iran responds by eliminating U.S. command nodes. The U.S. has been forced to send another 10,000 troops into the meat grinder, signaling that they are readying for potential ground operations. But ground operations against Iran? With a military that just had its command structure obliterated in Bahrain? It's fantasy. This is the new reality. The empire of bases, the empire of the Fifth Fleet, has been exposed as nothing more than a collection of glass houses, and Iran has proven that it has no shortage of stones. We are going to continue monitoring this breaking news. The 87th wave is likely not the last. As the Iranian military promised, they will target the origin of any aggression. And right now, the origin of aggression is sitting in damaged command centers from Bahrain to the Emirates, licking their wounds and trying to figure out how a country they tried to isolate has infiltrated their most secret rooms. Stay with us as we bring you more updates on this developing story.
Ramzan Kadyrov's Chechen fighters are reportedly ready to deploy to Iran, and they're not calling it a military operation. They're calling it jihad. Ukraine has hundreds of experts helping Gulf states fight Iranian drones. Russia's most feared warlord wants to answer in kind. The Iran war just pulled in 2 more players, and neither one was invited by Tehran. Reports from Iranian media suggest that Chechen military units aligned with Ramzan Kadyrov have signaled readiness to deploy to Iran in the event of a US ground invasion, adding a new and potentially volatile dimension to the widening conflict. According to these reports, the forces loyal to Kadyrov and linked to Russia's Chechen Republic have characterized the ongoing confrontation involving the United States and Israel as a religiously framed conflict. They have described any potential intervention on their part as a form of jihad, portraying it as a defense of Iran against Western and allied military action. However, there has been no independent confirmation from Moscow or official Russian channels regarding any planned deployment. The developments come amid intensifying hostilities between Iran, the United States, and Israel. Iranian sources claim that Washington, under Donald Trump, is considering expanding operations beyond aerial strikes, potentially towards a ground offensive. Iranian media have also framed the origins of the conflict in stark terms, alleging that the war began on February 28th during nuclear negotiations between Tehran and Washington. The war was launched on February 28th in the middle of indirect nuclear talks between Tehran and Washington, with the assassination of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, some top-ranking commanders, and ordinary civilians, including over 170 schoolchildren in southern Iran's Minab. In response, Iranian armed forces have so far carried out 86 waves of missile and drone strikes against Israeli military and strategic facilities, as well as US bases and assets across the Persian Gulf region. Pertinently, the presence of Ukrainian forces openly supporting the US and Israel in the war against the Islamic Republic of Iran is also significant. Their involvement is widely seen as a warning to Russia regarding the broader trajectory of the war, potentially linking its fate to the protracted war between Moscow and Kiev. Volodymyr Zelensky has been willing to assist Arab nations in countering Iranian drone capabilities, a move that has added a new layer to the evolving conflict dynamics. Iran has amplified these concerns at the international level. Amir Saeed Iravani, Iran's ambassador to the United Nations, stated in a letter to the UN leadership that Ukraine is playing a direct role in the conflict.
Ukraine's admission that it has dispatched hundreds of experts to the region, apparently to help some Persian Gulf governments to confront Iran, is in its essence considered to be providing financial and operational support for an unlawful military aggression led by the United States of America and the Israeli regime against Iran.
The situation reflects an increasingly complex and interconnected conflict landscape, where narratives, alliances, and accusations are rapidly evolving. Iranian media present these developments as evidence of a widening coalition against Tehran. As tensions continue to rise, the possibility of additional actors entering the conflict, whether directly or indirectly, adds further uncertainty to an already volatile regional crisis. "30 days into the war, and Washington is no longer just bombing Iran. It is now weighing whether to go in and take something." According to the Wall Street Journal, President Donald Trump is considering a military operation to extract nearly 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium from sites in Isfahan and Natanz. No decision has been made, but Trump has told associates he wants the material gone by negotiation or by force. The operation, if ordered, would be anything but quick. Elite special operations teams would need to fly into active combat zones, secure perimeters under Iranian fire, excavate debris, check for booby traps, and load the uranium into specially sealed transport casks. Experts say the entire mission could take a week or longer. To back the option up, American troop numbers in the region have now crossed 50,000. On March 29th, 2,500 Marines from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit arrived alongside 2,500 sailors. The week prior, 2,000 soldiers from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division were also deployed. The Pentagon is considering sending an additional 10,000 ground troops. The Marines could be tasked with seizing Karg Island, Iran's main oil export hub in the Persian Gulf, or with forcing open the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has blockaded since February 28, driving oil above $115 a barrel. Iran is watching all of this and has a clear answer ready.
The President of the United States has proven that the only language he understands is the language of force. In response to Trump's recent threats of a ground operation or the occupation of any part of Iranian territory, which are nothing more than wishful thinking, we declare that the warriors of Islam have long awaited such actions. They will show that aggression and occupation lead only to the humiliating capture, dismemberment, and disappearance of the aggressors. American commanders and soldiers will become good food for the sharks of the Persian Gulf.
Tehran has also warned it will target the residences of American and Israeli military and political officials across the region. Iran's Red Crescent says 93,233 non-military sites have been damaged inside Iran since February 28, including 71,000 residential buildings.
In the name of God, the distributor of power, considering the evils and terrorist actions of the American Zionist enemies and targeting the homes of the people of Iran in various cities, the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, in a retaliatory measure, will target the residences of commanders and political officials of America and the Zionist regime in the region and occupy territories. And there is no power except with God, the Almighty, the Wise.
Both sides have peace plans on the table. Washington's 15-point proposal demands Iran dismantle its nuclear program, end support for regional proxies, and accept limits on its ballistic missiles. Tehran's counter demands war reparations, control of the Strait of Hormuz, and the removal of all US bases in the region. Neither side is anywhere close to the other. And with Marines assembling, paratroopers positioned, and a president openly talking about taking Iran's oil, the next 30 days may look nothing like the last.
Effectively, right? Because of this war that the United States and Israel has started. Now, there are people who are unhappy about this because obviously it's going to have some major ramifications for the economic health of our country, of the globe, clearly. And then you have people like Ben Shapiro. He also is not happy about Trump's latest statement, likely because it's signaling that Trump might want to pull out of this war. Let's take a look at what Shapiro had to say.
The president knows that the Strait of Hormuz, if left in Iranian control, would allow for the Iranian government to rebuild and strengthen. And let's be real about this. The whores of Europe, meaning the leadership class over there, would basically just try to bribe the Iranians. Hell, they might build them a nuclear facility just to allow the oil to move through. These are the same Europeans who are happy to use Russian oil while simultaneously claiming the United States ought to defend Ukraine. So what is the most likely scenario here? Probably major action to reopen the strait, to grab Kharg Island, to throttle the Iranian regime by cutting off its lifeline to the global economy. Because again, let's be real. The Iranian economy is non-existent. And if the oil flow goes away, they can't pay their boys.
Right now, Iran is charging tolls for countries that are seeking to transport resources through the Strait of Hormuz. And they're actually kind of flush with cash at the moment because of the attack on them by the United States, which of course the US was pressured to carry out by Israel. So congratulations, Ben Shapiro. But before we dive into this incredible Wall Street Journal report, I should warn you about a number of different things pertaining to President Trump and the fact that he just speaks out of both sides of his mouth. You never know what to believe because he literally contradicts himself on a regular basis, not even day by day, within the same speech. So with that in mind, I just want to warn you to take what he says here, according to this Wall Street Journal report, with a grain of salt. We don't know what he actually means and what he's actually going to do. But nonetheless, Trump said that he is basically effectively pulling away from the idea of reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Others should do it. Okay, so here's what the Wall Street Journal reported. In recent days, Trump and his aides assessed that a mission to pry open the choke point would push the conflict beyond his timeline of 4 to 6 weeks. Let's pause for a second. You thought you were going to effectuate regime change in a country that has a formidable military, a nation of 92 million people. You thought that in 4 to 6 weeks, I'm just gonna mosey on in, just change the regime. Bibi told me that's how it's going to go down. It's going to be very easy, right? No, this isn't going to be over in 4 to 6 weeks, obviously. But let me continue with what he is saying. So Israel's Knesset just approved hundreds of billions of dollars to basically pay partially for this war, and they're not going to dedicate that amount of money for a 4 to 6 week long war. And I say that because Israel's going to ensure that this war drags on, just like Ben Shapiro wants. We're going to continue fighting in this ridiculous war that is yielding absolutely no benefits for the American people or for our country, certainly not for our soldiers who are essentially sent to that region right now to potentially fight on the ground and likely get harmed in the process of doing so. Nonetheless, Trump decided that the US should achieve its main goals of hobbling Iran's Navy. What Navy? Iran's Navy and its missile stocks, and wind down current hostilities while pressuring Tehran diplomatically to resume the free flow of trade. What? Okay, so let me ask you something. If I come to your house and I punch you in the face, but also say, I want to engage in diplomatic talks, are you going to be interested in talking with me as I'm sucker punching you? Probably not. This is how ridiculous this administration is. So if that fails, according to the Wall Street Journal, Washington would press allies in Europe and the Gulf to take the lead on reopening the strait, the official said. In fact, this morning on Truth Social, the president basically posted that he's gonna pass the buck to everyone else, even though the US was the one stupid enough to get dragged into this war on behalf of a foreign country, Israel. This is what he wrote. All of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the US. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage, go to the strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil, President Donald J. Trump. Okay. You made the decision, an incredibly stupid decision, to attack a sovereign country based on sloppy intel from another foreign country that wanted to drag us into fighting their wars for them. So blaming or trying to pass the buck to any other country is insane to me. And at this point, aside from the fact that we are a military power, I don't understand how the US has any allies. Okay, we're throwing our European allies under the bus, our Gulf allies, who honestly, and I'm talking about the leadership in the Gulf, certainly when it comes to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, they were willing to throw the Palestinian people under the bus and make a deal with the devil. And they were under the assumption that if they host US military bases, well, the US.
Those are not our allies, those are our vassals. And we swore to protect those countries. We swore we'd defend them. That myth is gone. We can't defend ourselves. America's going to face the fact. Nobody going to side with us no more. When we can't defend ourselves, what the fuck would they side with and the Arabs is extremely pissed. And they're telling Trump they will pay whatever, just invade Iran. The US military is going to be completely destroyed. The Arabs want to pay trillions of dollars because they already understand it's over for them. They done made a terrible mistake. They bet on the wrong team. The US and Israel is finished, and the Persians, and that's why the Pakistanis have not ended this war. The Arabs been begging Pakistan. Remember, it's Saudi Arabia who gave Pakistan the money to fund that goddamn nuclear bomb. The Arabs been begging. They just signed a defense pact. That's why the bastard Saudi Arabia signed this defense pact 2 months ago with Pakistan. They was plotting on it. When this happened, they wanted Pakistan to step in and defeat Iran for them. Pakistan had told them hell no. Turkey then told them hell no. Pakistanis are not Arabs. The Turks, they not Arabs. The Persians not Arabs. You see what's going on? The Arabs done got too high and mighty off the hog, been living off that oil money, throwing their rate around in the Arab world, thinking they bigger than the Turks, thinking the Pakistanis is peasants and trying to humiliate the Iranians. They got to pay for it now. They on their own. And the U.S. can't save them. That's just it.
U.S. will be there to protect us if war breaks out. Well, has the U.S. been protecting you? No. I don't really understand how any country could trust the government of the United States. And I really hope that if you're watching this show and you happen to be in a foreign country, you understand that our government does a poor job in representing the American people, because overwhelmingly the American people don't want this war. Overwhelmingly, the globe did not want this war. I mean, not just for months, but for literally years.
Yes, we do. We do want
our government has been warned about how.
I hate that some a lot of people in the military got to lose their. This is the only way prophecy can be fulfilled. You mean the good book gonna be a lie? You mean the wages of sin not gonna be death? These people are sinners. You mean to tell me you don't reap what you sow? So I got to sit back and, like Malcolm X said, no, I am a country boy from Texas. A country boy always feel good when the chickens come home to roost. That's a fact. It don't make me feel sad. Like Malcolm said, it makes me feel glad.
How disastrous it would be if we get dragged into a war with Iran, especially on behalf of a foreign country. But here we are. Here we are. And he's trying to pass the buck to European countries who didn't want this. They didn't ask for this. How is any of this their fault?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They wanted to use the U.S. to bully the world. They wanted to use the U.S. to fight China, Russia, North Korea, Cuba, Venezuela, punk Africa. Yes, they did. All of these people, and it blew up in their fucking face. Now Europe's terrified because Iran ain't playing. And I've been warning people, man. I told people the gig is over Europe. Those people are phonies. They been hiding behind the U.S. They can't defeat nobody militarily. That's why France got to use terrorists and to fight Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Because they military get their ass kicked. It's the U.S. that's been bullying the fucking world. And these people have been living off the U.S. That's over. And now Trump's trying to force them. And they're saying, hell no, we're not going to do it. Trump keeps saying, Iran is totally defeated, obliterated. So go in that Strait of Hormuz. And they like, if they're so defeated and obliterated, you got the largest navy in the history of histories. Why are you not doing
it? When he says, oh, you weren't there when we needed you. I thought we're winning this war. I thought that Iran has been obliterated. But obviously that's not the case, right? They are under no obligation to enter this war or help the United States. This is not some NATO alliance situation. This is the US needlessly attacking a foreign country, a sovereign country on behalf of Israel. And we, along with the globe, happen to be suffering the consequences of that, certainly the economic consequences of that. So as of 2 p.m. Eastern time today, the S&P 500, Dow Jones, and NASDAQ were all up at least 2 percentage points from the day prior. Markets do want a quick end to the war, and Trump tends to do these manipulation tactics where he messages in a way that makes it appear as though this war is going to end very soon. It's not. And by the way, if this war does end soon, which would be great, it's not like I don't want that. I would want that. But even if the bombing stops today, it'll take years to rebuild the oil and gas infrastructure that has already been destroyed. You guys have to understand, we are in for years of economic pain and inflation as a result of what the US did on behalf of Israel. And I'm gonna keep saying on behalf of Israel because it's on behalf of Israel. Unless someone can actually show me any evidence that this war is in any way beneficial for the American people, I haven't seen any because it's just not true.
Look, I know a lot of people are exhausted by the news right now. And honestly, who could blame them? Every outlet has an angle. Every story gets twisted to fit somebody's agenda.
Unilateral talk That's insane. I can't see your screen from here anymore.
Jump in my new EV with me. I found it on cars.com.
To do with that's either a coffee or what the alongside, of course, as usual, some important developments that have been happening in the past day. And let's begin without further ado with Iran's 88th wave. Iran has been dedicating its waves to multiple figures. I mean, it's either people or certain leaders who have been martyred, or this time it's Admiral Ali Reza Tangsiri and all of the martyrs of the Revolutionary Guards Corps Navy. In recent attacks, they dedicated them to the Holy Prophet Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, the victims of the Epstein regime, the Palestinian people, all sorts. And this wave was a particularly explosive wave from Iran. So the Public Relations Department of the Islamic Republic, of the IRGC in particular, announced that the naval force, its naval force as part of the 88th wave of Operations True Promise, and under the slogan, O Fatima Zahra, carried out a fierce attack targeting American Zionist targets, confirming that it inflicted what it described as deadly blows. They also explained that a container ship belonging to the Zionist entity called Express Hafong was hit in the central waters of the Gulf as a result of ballistic missiles launched by the Revolutionary Guards Naval Force during a swift attack. The IRGC Public Relations added that in a second complex operation, and again, we're seeing an advancement in the tactics of the IRGC, especially with regards to intel. By the way, I think this is something that not many people speak about, the accurate intel that the IRGC has on every target that it hits. And listen to this. In this complex operation, they targeted the gathering point of US Marines on the UAE coast, where, according to the statement, of course, they were hiding in a camouflaged location outside military bases, and they were attacked using suicide drones that hit it accurately. Now, a couple of things to note here. Number one, the United States is increasingly using different means and methods to hide itself and get embedded into civilian infrastructure. You see,
that's a fact.
Many people are claiming that Iran targets civilian locations in the Gulf or what have you. Totally unsubstantiated claims. However, what the United States is doing now is proving that they're the ones putting the whole entire populations there at risk because they are conducting acts of terror against an independent nation.
Another thing, you have France, you have Spain, you have Italy, all denied the U.S. access to their bases. France denied them the ability to fly over. I was shocked to fly over France if any weapons is going towards this war. That's crazy. That's how bad they don't want to have nothing to do with this, because they see this is going to be very bad. Very, very bad. And a lot of people can die. Millions if these people keep it up. This is ultimate humiliation. And they don't want to talk about this on the news. NATO, this is NATO saying, hell no, you can't even use our bases. We don't want them blown up. And people should be asking, why do we have to fly through their airspace? Why do we have to use their bases? Because the bases in the Middle East have been blown up.
From civilian societies, whether it's ports, whether it's hotels, any sort of location, because they know that they're not safe in their bases. So they were hit with this suicide drone attack against them. And again, one thing that stands out in this attack that's coming from Iran is the fact that they have very accurate intel about the location and the whereabouts of these forces. In a related development, it was also reported that another part of the operation resulted in the destruction of a Hawk anti-drone system belonging to the United States Fifth Fleet, which was stationed outside the base again, near Manama Airport in Bahrain, again, using civilian infrastructure to hide, putting people at risk, in essence. That's what the United States is doing. It was also noted that 2 advanced early warning radars at the Jabr al-Ahmad base belonging to US forces were targeted by drones. The IRGC's naval force also confirmed, according to the statement, that the Strait of Hormuz is now under complete and firm control by order of the supreme leader. Notice, complete and firm control by the order of the supreme leader. So we have Trump talking about deals, talking about whatever. From an Iranian perspective, they're actually saying that they are in a situation where they have full control of the drone. And they said and warned that any enemy movement will be under fire from missiles and drones, and stressing that the continuation of operations is on the way as well. So they're going to continue with these operations that they have. They concluded by announcing that the achievements of this operation are dedicated to the soul of the martyred commander, Admiral Ali Reza Tangsiri, and all the martyrs of the IRGC Navy, stressing that the continuation of his approach with all strength and steadfastness. Okay, so a couple of things to highlight here following this operation by the IRGC, their declaration, of course, and everything that they said. Firstly, we're noticing an escalation coming from the IRGC. I mean, undeniably an escalation. Then we're seeing an advancement in their intelligence gathering about the whereabouts of the American forces in the region. So advancement in attacks, more complex intel that they're getting. And thirdly, and this is very dangerous, we spoke about it before, of course, is the increasing use of US Army officials of civilian infrastructure in the areas that they have operations in. All of these things are very extremely dangerous. Why? Because they can lead to civilian casualties. If the United States is hiding in these locations and Iran is going to attack them, then, you know, there might be casualties. What are they going to say that time? Are they going to say that, yeah, well, you know, we weren't there? And of course, the United States is hiding as much as possible. But from an Iranian perspective, it's clear that their attacks are very accurate and they have high quality intel to do with their targets. But it wasn't only them who had these statements. The Iranian army also had statements today, and their statements related to 2 attacks that they conducted against the Zionist entity and aggressive US forces by targeting their country's infrastructure. And they said, in response to the crimes of the Zionist entity and the aggressive US forces in targeting the country's infrastructure, strategic and important centers in the field of communications, intelligence, and industry belonging to the companies Siemens, Telecom, and AT&T, which are owned by the army of child-killing entity, according to the statement, were targeted since dawn today at Ben Gurion and Haifa using suicide drones. Their statement said that Siemens Industrial Software Center in the central regions of the occupied territories near Ben Gurion Airport focuses on advanced technologies, including artificial intelligence and industrial automation, and is used to improve weapons production lines and design military systems. The AT&T Communications Center in Haifa is also an American research and development center working in the fields of advanced network technologies, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence for the benefit of the occupation army. The fighters of the Iranian army, with the faithful support of various branches of the armed forces, declare that they will continue to respond to any aggression without hesitation, relying on strength derived from faith and national capabilities, according to the statement. And until the threat of war is completely removed from Iran and the aggressors are punished. So the attacks that came today were both from Iran, the IRGC, and the Iranian army too. So the IRGC, of course, focuses primarily on the majority of the attacks at the end of the day. And the Iranian army also has regular attacks against Israel. As a matter of fact, in some of the previous operations following aggression from the United States and Israel, they were the ones who began the attacks against Israel following such aggressions coming against them. There were also scenes coming from the occupied territories. This was in Haifa, for example, following one of the Iranian attacks. Israel confirmed that multiple locations were targeted in recent days, but they are not revealing the total scale of everything, of course. However, from the limited number that has come out in the past couple of days, we saw substantial levels of destruction and strategic assets being targeted by Iran inside the occupied territories. This was also another video coming in from some of the landings in the areas that Iran attacked, most likely, again, following the Wave 88. Now, yesterday we spoke about Haifa's oil refineries being hit again by Iran. I showed you some of the images in a video that was posted today, some of the videos that came. Recently revealed footage showed an even increased level of impact because some of the videos were recorded in the initial time of the strike. But look at what happened, for example, just minutes after the Iranian attack. Have a look at this.
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere.
So that was the aftermath of the attack that took place yesterday on the Haifa oil refinery hub. And today, there have been multiple statements coming in following these attacks in Haifa. One of them was from the municipality, Haifa. You know, when Iran targeted the petrochemical and oil refineries, I spoke to you about the cancer rates that have been larger, bigger, and higher than the national standard surrounding these petrochemical and oil refineries in Haifa. The municipality asked multiple times to remove them from the region, but the government always ignored the municipality. These attacks on either petrochemicals or oil or anything that would release toxic materials, ammonia, whatever it is, will increase the damage. Iran targeted multiple places that are hazardous with hazardous materials, whether it's in Haifa or in the occupied Be'er Saba area, multiple areas in occupied Palestine. But today there has been a firm statement coming from the head of the municipality. He firstly said that Iran is precisely targeting sensitive sites, and according to the statement, the oil refineries must be relocated. So in one report, he warned of the danger of keeping the refineries in Haifa as they are repeatedly targeted, stressing the accuracy of the Iranian strikes. This is something very important. Why? Because he's saying that Iran targets specific locations inside the refineries and they are successful in hitting them. So it's not like they're attacking the entry or the exit or any random part. No, they know exactly what they're targeting. Anything where something is stored, whether it's the oil tanks or storage locations where ammonia and petrochemicals are being manufactured, for example, very sensitive things. And Israel's Channel 12 also quoted him saying that, and warning that the increasing dangers associated with the presence of the Bazan, which is the name of the facilities, oil refineries complex near residential areas. Exactly what we've been speaking about in terms of the danger on the civilian population. Yahav stressed, Yona Yahav is the mayor of the city of Haifa. He said that this proves the futility of keeping dangerous facilities of this size inside the city, recalling what the occupation government had promised before. Yahav explained that the complex was hit for the second time since the start of this operation, noting that the previous attack resulted in the death of 3. Now, we didn't hear that, by the way, from the media. There were no confirmations. I'm not sure if it's a slip coming or a deliberate slip coming from the mayor of Haifa. He said that there was no leakage of toxic materials. There was none recorded in the latest attack, despite the extent of the damage. There were, however, in the Bir Saba attack, instructions for the populations in the surrounding areas not to move without masks. So they told them you need to move with masks, otherwise, because there was hazardous materials being released all over the place. And the mayor...
Revolutionary salute to our family. Geneva Smith for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you for helping me keep the lights on here at the House of Revolution. Salute.
Mayor of Haifa also pointed out that the Iranian strikes are characterized by precision. Listen to this, and that they target sensitive sites in Haifa and hit their targets. So not only are they aiming, they're hitting them very accurately too. He stressed that they need to move the complex to the south, considering that its continued presence in Haifa poses an unacceptable danger. He pointed out that the Iranians are working with great precision and know the locations of the sensitive facilities, and they direct their fire towards them and hit them. He added that the city is preparing for the possibility of further escalation, noting the need to manage underground emergency rooms. So they're preparing for a worst-case scenario. Now, in a statement that he made about a week ago, the mayor of occupied Haifa said that the Israeli government cannot sacrifice the residents of Haifa and the region. And these attacks are coming simultaneously, of course, with attacks coming from Hezbollah. And the attacks of both Iran and Hezbollah are characterized, of course, by precision primarily from Iran. But with Hezbollah also, they are not only targeting the sensitive facilities, they are targeting buildings associated with the group as well. So we're talking about a very dangerous situation here that could lead to catastrophic results. And that's why the mayor of the city is saying that the country is basically neglecting the government. They knew very well that Iran would be targeting these locations. It wasn't like a secret. And from their perspective, they're the ones suffering from it, because Israel isn't only, of course, opening the option for retaliation here. They're targeting similar locations in Iran. Israel is targeting very sensitive locations, nuclear locations too, inside of Iran that could lead to devastating results. Now, thankfully, so far, there hasn't been, any catastrophic situation in Iran, but from an Iranian perspective, they're not going to sit idly without response, and that's what they indeed are doing. Which leads us to the second thing that I wanted to talk to you about. And that is another statement coming from the United States about Iran. Yesterday or the day before, everything's happening so quickly lately, Donald Trump said that we are dealing with a new regime in Iran, and they're better to talk with. They're easier to talk to now, and they better make a deal, because if they don't make a deal, then they will hit them so they can pay the price of the previous regime for the past 47 years where they killed so many Americans. I'm not sure about the logic behind that, but hey. Anyway, today there was another gentleman who informed us, enlightened us all with his statements. It was none other than Pete Hegseth. Listen to what Pete Hegseth had to say.
This new regime, because regime change has occurred, should be wiser than the last. President Trump will make a deal he is willing, and the terms of the deal are known to them. If Iran is not willing, then the United States War Department will continue with even more intensity.
So hold on a second. What did the man just say? Let me hear him again.
This new regime, because regime change has occurred.
Because regime change has occurred. We're seeing a new regime in Iran. Who's heading the new regime? The son of the previous head of the regime, right? Who Israel and the United States killed. He must be very friendly to the United States, right? Regime change. We can see clearly what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do here is prepare the public opinion for a humiliating withdrawal without accomplishing nothing. That's what they're preparing. They're preparing to be completely and utterly humiliated. That's what they're preparing. Saying that they destroyed things without accomplishing that destruction that they're claiming. This guy said that they destroyed the Iranian army. Okay, hold on a second. You destroyed the Iranian army. Iran has been defeated, but Iran manages to attack and continue attacking. You said they destroyed the Navy, but they're shutting the Strait of Hormuz. They're getting heavy attacks, and we've never attacked any country like this before, and all of your bases are destroyed, and all of your infrastructure is destroyed. You defeated them, but you want to withdraw? I mean, someone explain to me. And then they don't change the establishment, but they claim that they changed the establishment. I mean, really, wow. Is anyone that stupid? Are they like, is this a joke? Are there people who are buying any of these statements? Are they detached from reality, or are they that desperate? Or listen to this. Did Iran hit them so bad that they stopped thinking straight? I mean, I'll buy the final option. I'll take the final option. Iran has annihilated the living daylight out of them so badly that they stopped thinking straight. And now they have to come up with certain claims and statements that, we won, there's a regime change and what have you, and let's get out of here. I'm not seeing anything else. I mean, if someone is saying that the establishment in Iran has collapsed, please share your thoughts and views. I'd be interested to hear them. Now, it wasn't just him. There were a couple of statements coming from Trump, too. What did Trump say? Trump said something very important. Also, relates to this grand victory of the American empire. He said the following: ladies and gentlemen, he's willing to end Iran war even if the Strait of Hormuz stays shut. Oh, okay, all right. So you've been threatening Iran with unprecedented bombings until they open the strait. You threatened to target their nuclear, their energy infrastructure, their power plants, their desalination plants to open the Strait of Hormuz, open for business now. You said mutual ownership before, me and the Ayatollah. Yeah, me and the Ayatollah will control the strait. You went and occupied Venezuela for oil. Yesterday or the day before, he said that we want oil, we want their oil, we want to control their oil. And now he's telling his aides, of course, there's a difference between what he tells his people and what he says publicly. Although what he says public is also enough to, reveal the truth about him. And now he's saying that Oh, yeah, no problem, actually. We might end this without opening the Strait of Hormuz. All right, what else did he say? Let's listen to this report here, because it's based on an exclusive report that came from the Wall Street Journal, by the way. Yes, President Trump told aides that he is prepared to wind down the U.S. military campaign against Iran, even if the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed, of course, according to the Wall Street Journal. Citing the administration officials, the report said that Trump and his team concluded that an operation to reopen the strait immediately would extend the conflict beyond his preferred timeline of 4 to 6 weeks. Aha! So you're not planning on an infinite war here. You're not really planning on something very big because you can't. Or are they trying to hide something else here? Okay, according to the report, the administration plans to achieve core objectives, crippling Iran's Navy and missile capabilities. Crippling, these words that they use, open for interpretation, while pressing Tehran diplomatically. So no longer talking with guns, to resume free trade through the waterway. You know what that means? That means that they haven't achieved their objectives by military means, and Iran forced them and will be forcing them to conclude this operation against Iran without achieving any of their objectives and without even one guarantee coming from Iran. Now listen to this, because he's saying diplomacy is the way. If diplomacy fails, what will they do? Attack Iran with more force? No. Washington would rely on European and Gulf allies to take the lead. Oh, why? Because they're more powerful than you? More equipped than you? So the United States dragged, in essence, its people, its soldiers, and countries in the region to this war that they couldn't defend them from this war. They don't have the same capacity, and none of their European allies are willing to take the lead. And I'm going to talk to you about this lead and what's happening now. There are also military options Trump could decide on, but they are not his immediate priority, they said. Okay. White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt told reporters on Monday that the U.S. was working towards normal operations in the Strait. Working towards, okay. Regional escalations have continued to rage, of course, since the attack. And they killed over 1,340 people in Iran. Most of them are, of course, civilians. What do we understand from this here? Because this says a lot. This is in line with the previous statements of Donald Trump, some of the previous statements of his that related to ending the war without accomplishing anything. For example, when he said that we don't need oil, we have enough oil, we're the biggest manufacturing country in the world, then it's up to these countries, they need the oil, so they need to deal with it. And all sorts of other statements that he made to try and cover up the fact that they are failing miserably in that location. As a matter of fact, his contradictions, really, they didn't stop there, because he said very recently that his preference would be to take the oil in Iran. Okay, so if his preference is to take the oil in Iran, why is he saying now he's willing to end the war even if the Strait of Hormuz remains shut? It's because they have no other option. Again, we go back to the Iran effect. This is called the Iran effect. The hammering of Iran eliminating the US bases in the region, and having such intense attacks that lead to Trump doing this and saying that he's willing to end the war even if the strait is not open. Okay, he's going to rely on European allies and the Arab Gulf states. The Arab Gulf states, they don't have an option to defend themselves. What are you talking about even? They were relying on you, buying weapons from you. Now Zelensky stepping in, and they got a couple of systems they tried to get from Italy and what have you, but all of them were deployed in Ukraine anyway. The United States dismantled some of its THAAD systems in South Korea, decommissioned them to reconstruct them in the region, perhaps to save Israel primarily. Well, how are they going to defend themselves exactly? What kind of defense? The Arab countries, and I hope they're listening. I hope some Arabs are seeing this, by the way, as in at least the Arabs who are supporting, this notion that Iran is the aggressor and listening to this. They planted their bases in these countries to claim that they are protecting them, when in essence, they were only made as terror hubs of aggression against other countries. And many of the countries and the Arabs who are supporting the notion that Iran is the aggressor here and condemning Iran conveniently ignore and hide the fact that they are used as terror hubs and they are based inside of these countries' locations, most likely without any say coming from these countries about the operations, the extent of operations, prior knowledge, consent, anything to do with that. They did all of that to protect the Arab countries, and now he's telling them defend themselves. Are they likely to defend themselves? Like they can now, unless they come up with a new strategy. Now, let's hope that some of them do wake up and actually do some logical moves here that would include Iran at the end of the day, because that's the same United States that has been pushing these Arab countries towards the hostile aggression against Iran that led to mainstream media campaigns against Iran, sectarian campaigns against Iran, racist campaigns against Iran. And now he's selling them out and telling them, kiss my whatever, right? Like he told bin Salman. That's how the United States approaches these countries. And again, are they going to wake up from this long sleep that they were in? Not sure, because who's going to pretend? What are they going to do now? All right. And he started this war and he's not doing anything about it, by the way. He just wants to leave. Okay, I made a mess and I'm going to leave. All right. How is that related to the greater alliance? This alliance of the United States. And what are other countries going to do? What are the European countries going to do? Well, listen to how Trump is talking to them. And listen to, that's the recent video of his. And look at his recent post that he had on Truth Social.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Canada.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's safe.
And it ships legally and...
How close are you to getting that? Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. How close are you to getting that? Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time.
So, of course, the video was from several days back when he was saying that they don't need the oil, like I spoke to you. But look at the post that he had. All of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran. By the way, it's a lie, because the United Kingdom allowed the United States to use its base. The United Kingdom, into the form of the establishment, is completely and utterly complicit in these barbaric crimes against Iran. The United States was deploying bombers from the UK. They were using UK bases under, of course, the conveniently put together term of defense, right? Keir Starmer said, oh, it's just defensive purposes, right? Like Israel was defending itself in Gaza, in essence. But what Trump is mad about is the fact that the United Kingdom didn't participate with its forces. The complicity is there from Britain. It's just that the country did not participate in a war, and he wants them to go to a war. What else did he say? They weren't involved. They refused to get involved in decapitation. And he says, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the US. Excellent approach, right? We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it. We failed. How about you go? Right? We failed. How about you go? You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. Firstly, what a brilliant, non-toxic relationship does this Western alliance have, right? Secondly, what kind of a hideous argument is this? Countries, neo-colonial supremacist empires in essence, arguing about other nations' wealth. Go get your own oil. Go fight for it. Do you understand the tone, by the way, and how arrogant it is and how racist it is in many ways? Go get your own oil from these Arab and Persian countries, right? We failed, unfortunately. Iran defended themselves against us. How about you go? What are they going to do, Mr. President? The greatest firepower on earth, the biggest, the most powerful army in the world, What happened to the most powerful army in the world? The most powerful army in the world is being humiliated because more of its so-called allies are blocking military flights, unlike the United Kingdom. And that's why we said the UK is participating in this, albeit not in a way where the army is actually going to fight, but by allowing the US to use bases in the UK. Other countries are not, such as Spain. And it's not just Spain, it's also France. More and more countries are against this approach of the United States when it comes to Iran. And it's leading to very big problems. See, Trump has been having multiple statements against several leaders. But Trump recently criticized Macron very heavily because he wasn't allowing flights over the French territories to conduct attacks. As a matter of fact, we saw that in flight radar data, how some of the United States fighter jets and bombers were coming from the UK, going through the Gibraltar straight, and then going through the Mediterranean and down, which means that key countries did not allow the United States airspace, France and Spain. And France and Spain are important allies, right, of the United States. But that problem isn't just with the United States, also with Israel. So what's happening with Israel? This is what Israel did with France. Israel halts all defense purchases from anti-Semitic France. They're calling France anti-Semitic. Why is France anti-Semitic, Israel? Let's see why they're anti-Semitic. Israel's Defense Ministry Director General Amir Baram has halted all defense procurement from France, a country whose behavior towards Israel Baram has previously called absolutely bluntly anti-Semitic. Ooh. The Defense Ministry Director General says that France is absolutely and utterly bluntly anti-Semitic. Therefore, we need to halt all defense purchases from them. Baram ordered the termination of existing French contracts and a shift toward instead purchasing Israeli-made equipment and purchases from more friendly countries. Do they have any left? I mean, Narendra Modi, Donald Trump, anyone else? Anything else? Okay. The decision reported in the Israeli media follows what the country's officials have described as Paris's increasingly hostile stance toward it since the Hamas attacks in October 23. Israel criticized France for blocking off parts of the Israeli pavilion at the Paris Air Show in June 2025 during its 12-day war with Iran. French authorities erected partitions around the Israeli displays of offensive weapon systems despite prior understandings. At the time, Baram described the move as absolutely and bluntly anti-Semitic and accused Paris of using political pretext for commercial exclusion to protect French industries from Israeli competition. The defense ministry said that this occurred at a time when Israel's fighting a necessary and just war. Of course, aren't all their wars necessary and just, right? to eliminate the nuclear and ballistic threat facing the Middle East, Europe, and the entire world. So it's not threatening them, it's threatening the Middle East, Europe, and the entire world, just not them. France also supported calls for UN arms embargo on Israel and impose restrictions on Israeli participation in other defense exhibitions. This included earlier attempts to limit displays at events such as Eurosatory, a large international exhibition for the defense security industries, and it was held, of course, every 2 years in Paris. Okay, why are they taking such a dramatic stance here with France?
That's insane. I can't see your screen from here anymore.
Opioid addiction gets between you and what you love. Once monthly Sublocade may help you.
First and foremost, they're trying to pretend like they have the upper hand here. It's France that began the situation. It's not like Israel, by the way. They already halted a lot of the arms exports. They tightened the situation more. It doesn't make Macron good or his government, by the way. But they've had their differences with Israel. But they also had their differences with Israel for another key reason, and that is Lebanon. Because traditionally, after the Sykes-Picot agreement between the British and the French to divide, slice the pie of the Arab lands between them and create nation states, and, all of these countries have people, being proud of their flags and what have you. France had influence over Lebanon and Syria. And Macron, and traditionally France as well, they tried to play a very critical role, important role in France to try and de-escalate. And recently Macron gave Benjamin Netanyahu an offer. He told him, I give you my word, I'll solve the situation in Lebanon. Just leave it to me. And they've been participating in the talks, by the way, that the United States has been in. Netanyahu said no. No de-escalation, no nothing, I'm not listening to you, and we're going for occupation. Then his genocide minister, Israel Katz, said, none of the Lebanese are going to return to the south and unless we have safety. And we might need to have more control zones in the area. Now they bombed multiple bridges of the Litani River to prevent people from going back. In essence, an expansion attempt coming from Israel, assuming they would go in, of course, because the Lebanese resistance is roasting the living daylight out of the child-killing forces' heads in Lebanon. I mean, you need to see what the Lebanese resistance is doing. Of course, we're talking about their operations. So that made Macron angry, and he's had a more hostile approach towards Israel, as in a response, by the way, because Israel humiliated the ambassador. As a matter of fact, they had an assault on him. The French have been criticizing Israel's actions with the Christian communities in Jerusalem as well. They were calling for de-escalation and what have you. And they weren't buying the fact that this war is necessary, this war with Iran. They weren't entertaining that as in whatsoever. So that is what's leading Israel to make this move. And it's not a move out of strength. Israel needs every supplier it can have relations with, because so many countries made it more difficult to deal with Israel, or even had a full throttle arms embargo against them. But it's a move for Israel to show that we are the ones who are actually in charge. It's not you, we are the ones in charge. Okay, Trump is saying that we might end this soon, and he's saying that we don't need the oil. All right. If Trump is saying that we might end this soon, and he's having these statements that relate to the developments on the ground, and that, other allies can go ahead, Gulf states, go get your oil. What is Israel going to do? And what is Israel's position going to be? And how is everything going to be navigated in relation to the fronts that are open. Is Lebanon, for example, going to be tied with Iran? Yemen, is it going to be tied with Iran? Gaza, what's going to happen exactly? Well, Benjamin Netanyahu said, I'm not putting a timeline when the Iran war will end. But over half of our missions were achieved. Okay? Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the war on Iran has achieved more than half of its aims. I mean, no list or anything, and they didn't provide anything to support that. But hey, they don't have to. They're the chosen ones. Without putting a timeline on when it would end. That's the more important part here. No timeline on when it would end. It's definitely beyond the halfway point, according to the war criminal, but I don't want to put a schedule on it, he told Newsmax, a US conservative broadcaster. He adds that he meant the war was more than halfway in terms of missions, but not necessarily in terms of time. So half of what we want has been accomplishment, but the time, don't tell us about time. Netanyahu says the war has achieved goals, including killing thousands of members of Iran's Revolutionary Guards, without, of course, evidence to support that. Israel and the United States are also close to finishing Iran's arms industry. That's a big statement. And just the whole industrial base, wiping out entire plants and the nuclear program itself, he says. Netanyahu also voices confidence that the Islamic Republic would fall. I think this regime will collapse internally. So hold on. So is he not listening to President Trump? President Trump and Pete Hegseth said that there's a new regime, which means in essence that the regime fell. So hold on a second. The two primary allies of Satan, the Epstein cult, conducting this war of aggression against Iran, do not agree on whether the regime has or hasn't fallen. Okay, very interesting. But at the moment, what we're doing is just degrading their military capability. Okay, he's becoming a little bit more accurate here because, you know, it's difficult to say that they don't have anything when Iran is hammering the living daylight out of them. Degrading their missile capacity, degrading their nuclear capacity, and weakening them from the inside. Oh, that weakening them from the inside is very much wishful thinking because Iran, well, we saw the protests in Iran every single day. People are in the streets in their millions, whether they support or they don't support the government.
I'm Jo Frances Penn. I write non-fiction for authors as Joanna Penn, and I write thrillers, dark fantasy, horror, short stories, and memoir.
They're in the streets in their millions supporting the actions coming from their country towards this genocide state, Epstein cartel, taking these actions against them and trying to take down the country as a whole. Because they realize it's no longer about an establishment here or government there. We're talking about a very important situation where they're trying to take down the entire country and make it surrender. Now, one of the final things that I wanted to talk to you about, I think, in this live stream is as follows. I began by telling you about Iran's tactics, the intel, the fact that they have information on the whereabouts of US forces, whether they are in hotels, civilian buildings. They're increasingly using camouflage and embedding themselves in civilian infrastructure. Just the same things that they blame the others of doing. There are some countries that are trying to bypass the problems that they have in Hormuz. You know, we've had the Syrian president the other day saying that, oh yeah, we'll have, you can bypass through us, you know, just build the pipes, capitalizing on the war in Iran. Then we had other countries saying, okay, let's move the pipelines down south. One of these locations, by the way, is the pumping station in the Habshan Fujairah oil pipeline. That oil pipeline was supposed to bypass the shutting down of the Hormuz Strait. What happened? Iran targeted it. Iran hit the UAE oil hub, bypassing Hormuz, adding pressure on the oil market. And they spoke about, of course, the Habshan Fujairah oil pipeline and satellite images too. But we actually had videos about this attack. So this was one of the videos that was published following the Iranian attack. And look at the scale of the damage. So Iran, in essence, what they're doing here is understanding any sort of counter move that the United States is trying to do to bypass the Strait of Hormuz, and they're shutting it immediately. So any talk about oil in the Gulf cannot exclude Iran, whether it's going through the Hormuz Strait or not. Why? Because if it's going to go through the Strait of Hormuz, then Iran is in charge. If it wants to go through other countries too, and these other countries are hostile towards Iran, there's no safety. Why? Because Iranian missiles can target them. And that, what Iran did here, is a prime example of how the future is going to look like. With Iran's power, with Iran's influence, with Iran's leverage, and why the United States is having these statements now. You know, we won, we destroyed them, there is a new regime, we're talking to them, they're more rational than the previous ones. Every single thing you hear literally put the opposite. The regime is gone, the regime is stronger. They have new moderate leadership, they have a much harder leadership now. If there's someone to talk to, there's no one to talk to, right? Recently, the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said that Witkoff is trying to contact him every single day, many times in essence, and he's not responding to him. Why? Because they have the upper hand, and the United States doesn't have the upper hand. That's why they're making all of these statements and posting these blatant lies, lying to the public in broad daylight, and they have the corporate media in front of them, not even challenging them about these lies, because Iran not only understands how to deal with them, but Iran understands how to handle all of the secondary plans, all of the plan Bs that they're preparing against it. And these were the main things that I wanted to share with you in this live stream. I hope I kind of wrapped up everything as much as possible. And thank you so much for everyone who participated, all of our viewers, subscribers.
It can be worn successfully in just 1 second and is suitable.
Dangerous to be right when the government is wrong. What if it is better to perish fighting for freedom than to live as a slave? What if freedom's greatest hour of danger is now?
Hi, everyone. Judge Andrew Napolitano here for Judging Freedom. Was announced, and
they've distinguished themselves.
And Kushner, are they regarded as respected and credible negotiators for the U.S. by international diplomats?
No. They've distinguished themselves as a couple of real estate shills. They're not to be trusted. They lost they destroyed their credibility, particularly with this last round in Geneva. We go back to February 26th. The Iranians were basically pretty upbeat. They thought, hey, we made some progress. The Omani intermediator, who was, playing telephone tag with each of these guys, he'd listen to Witkoff and Kushner, and then he'd go talk to the Iranians. So he was ferrying messages back and forth. He was very upbeat. He said, there's an agreement at hand. And then Witkoff and Kushner just sort of led him on that, all right, we'll see you Monday. We'll be there Monday to talk. And instead, the United States showed up on Saturday with Tomahawk missiles. And then besides killing the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, murdered 175 young girls. That right there is unforgivable. It is the unforgivable sin.
Does Iran have any interest in compromising with the United States? They seem to be in the catbird seat now. Why would they even be talking as Trump claims?
Yeah, he's got to stop imagining that this is like a real estate deal. There you try. Hey, we got different. I want to pay $1 million and you want to pay $500,000. Let's split the difference and make it $750. No, it's not one of those negotiations. This is now fundamentally about the continued existence of Iran. The recognition that no matter what Iran has tried to do over the course of 47 years, it's never been enough, because the United States was not going to accept the fact that Iran, along with Cuba, represented probably the only two countries in the world that have overthrown color revolutions or overthrown CIA efforts to replace or control governments. Never forgiven them for that. And instead we keep this continued pack of lies about Iran being this unrelenting, radical aggressor intent on destroying and killing others. They haven't invaded one damn country in 47 years. U.S. can't say that. U.S. has a long list of invading and overthrowing other countries. So it's just, one lie upon another. So, at this point, Iran's made it very clear. The U.S. out of the Persian Gulf, and all sanctions lifted and reparations paid. Those are the basic minimums. That's their starting position. And there's no flexibility there. They're not like saying, oh, okay, well, we'll let the United States have one base. Why does the United States need a base in the Persian Gulf? The only one reason: to attack Iran.
Here's Congressman Jim Hines, Democrat of Connecticut. And he's not just a Democrat that doesn't like the president. He is the ranking Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, and under federal law is one of the Gang of Eight. And under the same law is supposed to be briefed by the White House, or it could be the Pentagon, the executive branch, on all significant undertakings with respect to war, intelligence, and negotiations. Watch this.
You said that the president's not really negotiating with Iran. Is that because you haven't been briefed as a member of Congress on the diplomacy, or you think he's flat out lying?
Oh, I think he's flat out lying. Last Sunday, when he was told, and by the way, we're in exactly the same position today. Oil prices now $112 a barrel, and futures in the stock market down 2%. Last Sunday, he realized, oh my God, I've got a financial cataclysm on Monday. So he just made it up that they're in negotiations with the Iranians. Look, underneath that statement, the Iranians have now realized that they have the reins. They are controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Gasoline prices are up more than $1 a gallon. And so the Iranians realize, holy smokes, we've got a lot of leverage here.
Yeah. Hey, it's good to see one politician speaking some truth.
So the answer to the question, are the United States and Iran negotiating? The answer is no.
Yeah. I mean, it's just as, I saw Alistair earlier today, and he had it exactly right. Pakistan's trying to play an intermediary, and boy, the Saudis are going to talk to the Pacs. The Egyptians are there talking to the Pakistanis, And I guess earlier today, Al-Sisi made a plea to Trump, please, stop this war in the Middle East. But the United States tries to pass messages to Iran, and Iran picks and chooses what it's going to listen to or respond to. And it will give its messages to Pakistan, but Iran's not in a position of saying, "Oh, the pain, we can't stand the pain." The U.S. policymakers, if you want to call them that, forget that for 10 years, Iran fought a vicious war against Iraq. And I call it vicious because the U.S. backed Iraqis, the U.S. supplied Iraqis with chemical weapons that were used against Iran, that they endured that. They endured hundreds of thousands of deaths and 1 million injuries, people wounded in combat, and because of the chemical weapon excess. So, they've got a history. They look back on this. This has been a pattern of the United States. It's not Iran that's sponsoring terrorists in the United States that are going around assassinating our leading financial figures, political figures, and scientists. No, that's the United States. That's what the United States is doing. And I wish to God my fellow American citizens would understand this. We need to look in the mirror and recognize we're the ones with the blood on our hands.
How many combat troops has Trump introduced into the Middle East in the past 2 weeks? Do we know?
No, we don't. We know that they've confirmed that the 82nd Airborne was ordered, deployed. I don't know. I have received no information where they were deployed to, where they're currently based. There is one Marine expeditionary unit with about 2,500 Marines somewhere on station. I heard that they were at Diego Garcia, so they're in the general neighborhood, but they're really not in a position to do anything yet. The 11th MEU out of California is still en route. There was a large contingent. I don't know the precise number, but you had 46 flights from the United States, from bases that cater to special operations forces. Those flew to 3 bases, 1 in Israel, 2 in Jordan. So, let's say there were already they claim there are already like 50,000 U.S. military personnel in the area, but those are not necessarily combat troops. But they are moving forces. Trump is moving forces forward. And the intent appears to be to carry out some sort of insane ground operation.
Here's Trump's latest threat as of 7:30 this morning, Monday, the 30th of March. The United States of America is in serious discussions with, the next 6 words are in caps, a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, in quotes, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Karg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants, which we have purposely not yet in quotes. This will be in retribution for our many soldiers and others that Iran has butchered and killed over the old regime's 47-year reign of terror. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald Trump. What is he talking about, retribution for Americans killed in the past 47 years by Iran?
We need an intervention. Look, he's attributing the bombing of the Marine barracks in October of 1983 to Iran, blaming them on that, ignoring the United States' own responsibility for the previous month having shelled and using destroyers and cruisers to shell into the Baqa Valley to kill Shia Muslims. That attack on the Marines was a retaliation for us killing Muslims. Okay, Iran never started off saying, "Oh, let's just go kill Americans because we hate them for their freedom or their religion or all that nonsense." No, it's always been a reaction to what we've been doing, and we invade Iraq illegally in 2003. Then Shia militia began using roadside bombs to kill U.S. troops. They blame Iran for that, except the fact of the matter is the Iran learned how to build those bombs courtesy of U.S. Green Beret special forces back in the 1960s and early 1970s. So, but here's where somebody really needs to grab Trump. He needs to be 25th Amendmented, if that's the correct phrase, because listen to what he's saying. 2 weeks ago, they lift all sanctions on Iranian oil. Why? Because he's trying to stabilize the price of Iranian oil. We're trying to increase supply of oil in the world, right? And now his prescription is we're going to blow up all of the Iranian oil wells and cut off all their supply. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So now you're going to exacerbate the economic problems the world's facing. Apart from the fact that Iran has vowed, and they've been very clear, that if you attack our power centers, we're going to attack and destroy all of those in the Persian Gulf. And in fact, the United States and Israel, within the last 36 hours, did launch an attack on one of the power centers, power grids in and around Tehran. And lo and behold, within an hour or two, Iran was responding by blowing up similar systems in the Persian Gulf. Iran's not messing around. And so this drama queen that Donald Trump has become is just, he's completely disorienting because he takes both sides of an issue.
Yeah. What would boots on the ground look like, Larry? What would their goal be? Would a goal be militarily achievable, or is this just some sort of a negotiating ploy? We got all our troops ready to invade, so you better cave.
Well, for some in the Trump administration, I'm sure it's a negotiating ploy. Let's try to intimidate, put pressure on Iran, and maybe they'll cave. They won't, but that's the thinking. But the other thought is that they've really convinced themselves that, boy, if we take Karg Island and turn off, and we take control of the oil, that's what Trump has said himself, that will fix the problem. Well, no, it won't. Number one, putting troops on Karg Island, we may, and I'll emphasize, may be able to insert troops there. It'd be very difficult. It's not going to be done through an amphibious landing because the ships carrying the Marines would have to sail up through the Strait of Hormuz, and they'll be blown out of the water before they get there. So that means they'd have to be inserted, I guess, via a parachute jump. Well, that's not the Marines. The Marine Corps, some are parachute qualified, but they as a force are not equipped to do that. So that means the 82nd Airborne or the 75th Ranger battalions, there are two of them that have been deployed, that they might do that. But then, okay, you got control of Karg for a day, or two. You've got thousands of Iranians on that island. They're going to fight back. Then the United States, as the United States tries to fight back, and then we'll be killing a lot of civilians, which is unfortunately become a disgusting habit of ours. How do we resupply? So then they're going to look. You'll rely upon some C-130 or C-141 aircraft to come in to drop supplies, but those are relatively slow flying, and they will be easy targets for air defense that Iran still has, despite Trump's claims to the contrary. So it's not really a clear military objective. And even if you take Karg Island, all that's going to do is affect part of Iran's ability to pump and deliver oil. It doesn't do a single thing to open the Strait of Hormuz. And opening the Strait of Hormuz right now is the critical issue. This week, we're in the fifth week of the war. Some people in Asia particularly have begun to feel the pain, but the real pain, the economic pain, the international chaos that's resulting from it, that's going to really start surfacing this week. people will begin to understand just how serious and how dangerous this is in terms of the global economy. Whether economists have not officially defined it yet, but we are in a recession. And that the danger is that recession can become a depression, which means a 10% drop in economic growth.
Oh boy, such bitter irony. Regime change is no longer their goal. Destruction of Iran's ballistic missiles no longer their goal. Their goal is opening up the Strait of Hormuz, which was totally open.
Yeah.
Before the war, before he started all this.
Well, and in fact, I don't know if Iran had ever sat down and calculated, hey, if we want to break this cycle of Israel in particular attacking us and assassinating our leaders, what we should do is take the Strait of Hormuz, close it down, and then we can operate it like a toll booth. You have to pay a toll to come in and out. I don't know if they'd ever really thought that through thoroughly, but they now understand.
Right.
That,
and they understand how lucrative that is for them.
Correct.
Yeah.
It is a way. It's one way to compensate for the international economic sanctions that the West, particularly the United States and Europe, have imposed on them.
Would a ground invasion involve Israeli troops, IDF troops, or just American?
Oh man, no! Israel's got its hands full. Good Lord, again, despite this mythology about how great the Israeli military is, they haven't defeated Hamas in 2.5 years. Okay, they've had an enclosed area 5 miles wide, 25 miles long. They've got 300,000 troops around it. Hamas doesn't have lines of supply flowing in. They fought with what they've had, and Israel can't beat them. And now Israel, once again, with their arrogance, their hubris, they've launched into southern Lebanon. Oh yeah, we're going to push up to the Litani River and we're going to wipe out Hezbollah. Nope, the ones getting wiped out are the Israeli troops. They don't have troops to deploy.
Introducing Iron Beam, the best choice for futures trading. Iron Beam is the industry-leading broker catering to traders worldwide.
Wow. I wonder how American troops, I know these guys are well-trained and gung-ho and they're decent human beings, feel about fighting a war for a foreign country.
The scuttlebutt, because soldiers, Marines, sailors, they talk. There's an interesting piece on TikTok. A stripper from one of the clubs near one of the military bases was talking about what the troops were telling her when they're, and they're not a happy group. That they feel that they're fighting a war that's so unnecessary, and they were like, let's eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. So this is, Trump and his team have been effective up to this point in covering up the casualties. The casualties are significant, but they're not getting talked about. They're being hidden from the public as best they can. But if Trump goes ahead and authorizes the deployment of U.S. troops, whether it's to Bandar Abbas or the Kemish Island that's right there in the Strait of Hormuz, or on Karg Island, or all of the above, there are going to be significant KIA, dead Americans, as well as severely wounded. And unlike, in Afghanistan and Iraq, the United States had they had that, what they call the golden hour. You could be wounded severely with a life-threatening wound, but they were able to get you out into a hospital within an hour. That won't happen because just trying to get helicopters into those places, that they're going to be under fire. And Iran's got drones, they've got missiles, they still have enormous capability to retaliate. And so then you'll get air crews that have been downed and killed.
Wow. Here's, and not to ruin your breakfast, Larry, but here's, no, it's not Senator Graham.
Oh, thank God. Oh, my God.
I wouldn't do that this early in the day. Secretary Rubio, and Good Morning America this morning, really, really over the top with an apocalyptic vision of all this. Watch this.
Well, I think the first point the president makes is he prefers diplomacy. As I said, those efforts are nascent. There is messages being relayed back and forth, some conversations going on, including through intermediaries, and he always prefers that. Look, if the Iranian regime had come forward at any point in the past and said, we're going to walk away from our nuclear ambitions, we're going to do nuclear energy the way every other country in the world, primarily, almost every other country in the world does it, and that is through a peaceful means in which you bring in the fuel and it's supervised and so forth. We're going to stop supporting terrorist groups across the region. Look at this region. Every single terrorist group in this region has a link to the Iranian regime. Every single one. The Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Shia militias that are attacking everyone out of Iraq. Every single one of these groups and all the destabilization in this region tracks directly back to the Iranian regime. Those things have to be addressed. And if Iran had been willing to address those in the past, we wouldn't be having this interview on this topic right now. Their refusal to do so and their continuing move towards one day acquiring a nuclear capability, these people are lunatics. They are insane. They are religious zealots who...
Every single terrorist group. I noticed how he didn't say ISIS or Al-Qaeda. The real terrorists
can never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon because they have an apocalyptic vision of the future. And all of their neighbors know that, by the way, which is why all of their neighbors have been supportive of the efforts we're conducting.
This doesn't apply to Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and Netanyahu.
You know, the lies that Narco Rubio just told are off the charts. The only crazed operators that have been engaged in supporting terrorism in the Middle East is us. Al-Jilani, anybody remember that? Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, one of the top 10 terrorist groups. And the majority of the terrorism, 90% of the terrorism, according to State Department, which Rubio ought to read the damn reports, is carried out by Sunni terrorists. And in fact, Iran has been fighting ISIS, fighting Al-Qaeda, fighting Al-Nusra, because those radical Sunnis were attacking and killing Shia. That's number one. Number two, Iran has been a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Iran was allowing nuclear inspectors into its nuclear facilities. Israel does not. Israel's the pariah. Israel is not a signatory to the NPT. Israel doesn't allow outside inspections, and Israel's got the bomb. So it is this kind of projection and try and attempt to demonize Iran for the very things that Israel and the United States are doing is sick.
Well, thank you, Larry. Your analysis is so bad.
How is that? You know, it's so amazing to see Iran and the United States, something that has happened before the war happening. It was the case of Charlie Kirk. We various times, you and I talk about it. What has happened? What were the, what was the reality of the shooting? The evidence, everything. But today we've learned from Daily Mail is mentioning that the bullet used to kill Charlie Kirk didn't match the rifle that they say used by Tyler Robinson. And how is that? It's so amazing to see Kash Patel going various times. He was asked if he's sure that the Tyler Robinson did that. He said that they're sure there were a lot of evidence. What do you make of what's going on with the case of Charlie Kirk? We know Charlie Kirk was against the war with Iran. He did everything before this disaster, that so-called the war on Iran happening. And he's not living on this planet right now. He's passed away. What do you make of what's going on?
As you know from talking with Larry Johnson and probably others too, and I know from talking with both Larry and Ray McGovern and others, we never thought that this was properly presented. That is to say, we didn't think the shooter was the shooter, and we didn't think the rifle was the rifle, and we didn't think the bullet was the bullet. I don't know if these allegations here are bringing this to the surface again and bringing it up legitimately and accurately or not. But I won't change my view, having heard the experts' views and knowing something about rifles myself. There's no way this guy shot Charlie Kirk. And he certainly didn't shoot him from the position they're asserting he shot him from. And the rifle, in all of its configurations, if you will, is impossible to have been the launcher of the round that killed him. So the question is, what are they hiding? And who are they hiding?
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps, with volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself. From building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job.
Yeah. And do you think that this administration would reveal what really happened? Because so far they didn't inform the public opinion. They didn't inform the media what has happened behind the scene, what were the evidence through which Kash Patel, for example, said this guy killed Charlie Kirk, because the evidence is all against him. What were the evidence? What were those documents against him? So far, we haven't seen. Did you see any sort of document against this guy?
No, I have seen nothing that proves to me that he was the shooter. And I think we're looking at a similar set of circumstances to those that existed around a much more, if you will, important killing, John Kennedy in Dallas in 1963. And that took a long time, and a commission, badly flawed that it was, ultimately flawed in reality, and packed as it was. But it took a lot of emphasis and a lot of people to finally determine the nature of the lie that was going to be told the nation. I should say lies, plural, that were going to be told the nation. And the people who would participate in that lying, from Earl Warren, the former Chief Justice, who was the head of the commission, all the way down to individuals whose stories, not with their acknowledgement or their complicity, were reversed, such as the team that did the first autopsy in Dallas. All to say that that was a very, very closely scrutinized process, not closely enough, as it turns out, but it was, and it was public, and it was done in front of the Klieg lights, if you will. Even though it was a falsification of the evidence, they went to some effort to do that. They've done nothing with this. Now, you could say, well, Charlie Kirk wasn't a very important character. I'd say he was pretty important. I think that some of the things he said were absolutely vile. Didn't like him at all. But when he began to shift, it was clear that he got a lot of people irritated, a lot of people very, very mad, particularly Jewish American billionaires. He got them particularly mad. So, the next conclusion is, as you went and figured out who probably shot John Kennedy, CIA, military, disgruntled Cubans, mafia, you take your pick. It probably was a conspiracy amongst them all. But this is a little different because it's not that public and it's not that scrutinized. It's simply Kash Patel and maybe some other people with the FBI. I don't even know how many people are even in on the investigation. So why is it taking so long to produce evidence that people could believe? Are we going to have a commission? Are we going to have to get Kash Patel out and beat the truth out of him? Does Kash Patel even know? Does he have a clue? I suspect he has the vaguest idea of who killed Charlie Kirk, not the vaguest idea. Now they don't want to tell Trump that either. They don't want to tell the American people that because it expresses their incompetence. But I don't think they have a clue who killed him. But I have some clues as to who I think might have killed him. That's for sure. And it ain't that guy with that rifle.
Yeah.
It's Epstein in a small capsule, right? It doesn't impact Trump. It doesn't impact any of the Congress. It doesn't impact any of these important people, posh people. It's just Charlie Kirk. If it were more people, they'd probably be hiding it a little more adroitly and they'd probably be manufacturing more evidence and so forth. But since it's just Charlie Kirk out there, who cares? So why go speedily? Why go accurately? Why even try to do anything other than railroad someone? But it's going to be increasingly difficult to railroad this guy because there's so many people out there like Larry Johnson and others who know it's a lie.
And many things has happened since the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which was so strange. One of them was the way that Donald Trump was asked, if you remember, in White House, he was asked, how do you feel about Charlie Kirk? He said, about the assassination of Charlie. He said, hey, it's good. Look at that building. This beautiful building that we are,
Well, look at the way he's treating. Have you heard what he says?
Changed the whole tone, yeah.
About the head of the National Counterterrorism Center, the number 2 guy, I guess, in the hierarchy at the ODNI. He didn't know him. I didn't know him. I gave him a job. Well, I was, I thought he was a pretty good guy. I gave him a job, but he's left now. I think he's wrong. Well, you listen to him talk. Listen to the guy talk and tell about the telephone conversation he had with Donald Trump, telling him he was going to leave. The conversation Trump had with him in response to that, totally opposite. Trump wants you to think that he didn't even know this guy, and it's just inconsequential that he left, and he's wrong about the Iran war. He should have left if he felt that way, And this guy's saying, well, I had a long telephone call with the president, and I talked to him about what I was feeling and everything, and we went back and forth for a while. Who's telling the truth? I put my money on the other guy, not the president, because he's a proverbial liar.
Today, Larry, we had the briefing of Pete Hegseth together with General Kane, and both of them have mentioned...
Wait a minute, just 1 second. I have a new analogy for you.
Yeah.
We've been searching at Eisenhower Media Network for, analogies, historical analogies. Is it Hitler? Is it Caligula? Is it Nero? All these guys. No, those are all false. The analogy is clear. You may not remember this. I'll test you. I see a few gray hairs. Maybe you do remember. This is the Sith Lord and Darth Vader. Trump is the Sith Lord and Hegseth is Darth Vader. He's Darth Vader without the redeeming feature of once being a Jedi Knight, which you may recall if you do know the movie, you know that he turns out to be halfway decent in the end because the Jedi Knight in him comes out. But that Pete Hegseth does not have that redemptive feature. He is Darth Vader and Trump is the Sith Lord and we're the Empire. And all the rest of the people in the world are Han Solo's rebel force and they're going to attack and kill us. That's the analogy. Straight out of Hollywood.
Yeah.
I'm serious. And these kids look at me like they don't even know who Han Solo is, or who Darth Vader is, or who the Sith Lord is. Yeah. What are you talking about? Star Wars? What's Star Wars? Are you talking about Game of Thrones?
Yeah, these are Larry. One of the arguments on the part of Pete Hegseth and General Kane was that they have hit the Iranian production, military industrial complex, the way that they cannot produce more weapons, more missiles, more drones. That's why the number of missiles and drones are drastically reducing as time goes by. Here is, the information, the graph of IRGC. It shows from March 11th to March 29th. The number of the blue line, it shows the number of drones, and the red line shows the number of missiles. Even the number of missiles, you see, the day before yesterday, it was 40. And, it's all, somehow the highest number of missiles being shot, the day before yesterday. And the number of drones are going up and down, but they're, pursuing the same sort of trajectory. Do they really have any sort of information? Or they're trying to manipulate without providing, robust numbers to the public opinion? Because when you say something, you have to put something out to show it. But they're making some sort of claim that doesn't get to the reality of what's going on.
This administration has given a new name to lying and deceit. There's no question about it. Led by the chief man. He's the biggest liar of them all. I got a list, a partial list at least, and I think it's pretty valid, of what I would call second-tier targeting. The first tier they've already struck, and rather devastatingly. Extraordinary accuracy, extraordinary devastation. Bahrain, for example, has no refinement capacity left. That was the oldest, largest refinery in the Gulf. It's destroyed now. I was talking to some people yesterday about what that means. Do they have to go in and snake out the actual piping and everything now? And they were saying, yeah, they got to start from ground zero and go all over again for construction. A huge fortune it's going to cost them if they want to do it. So they were devastatingly accurate, and they were devastating in terms of their array of targets and what I call the first tier of extracurricular missiles. In other words, not at Iran, not at Israel. Missiles not shot at Israel, shot at Erbil, shot at Prince Sultan, shot at other targets. So much effectiveness in Iran or in Iraq, for example, that we have gone down to emergency personnel only at our embassy in Baghdad. So I got to look at this second tier, which I think is probably pretty accurate. This is what they're going to hit if the states that have U.S. facilities there continue to host those facilities, and those facilities continue to be used in attacks on Iran. A reasonable proposition. If they hit this second tier of targets with the devastation that they hit the first tier of targets, we go into global recession for sure, and potentially global depression, because it is going to wreck the world economy. Not just Southwest Asia, but the world's economy. The one country that might be somewhat insulated from this and actually benefit from it is, of course, Russia, because of the price of oil and such. But even they are going to be impacted by other shortages, and the rest of the world, including the Western Hemisphere big time, are going to be majorly impacted by the shortages, as are some of our allies in the East, like Taiwan, who are going to be incapable of working through this without some real help, because of helium shortage, because of other material for chip making shortages, and ultimately because of no oil. So, I mean, if Iran is saying, okay, China, your ships can get through, but Taiwan, your ships can't, that's it. And then if the Houthis are really going to try to seal off the Red Sea again, and it wouldn't take much effort there to do that, because we saw the first time around, all it takes is really frightening the insurers and frightening the ship companies. We're in for trouble. We're in for big trouble. And I don't see any recognition of this looming disaster on the part of any of the administration. Not a single one of them seems to be seized with what they're doing to the world economy. Now, I may be wrong, and they may back up any moment here and stop what they're doing, maybe even call off this ground operation, whatever it's going to be. But I don't see any sign of that. And therefore, I don't see any sign that they recognize the perilous ground upon which they're walking. And this idea of B-52s going in and carpet bombing, well, what do you think is going to happen when the first B-52 hurtles to earth in flame? This is not good, Nima. It's not good for anybody. It's not good for Iran to keep on being pummeled like this, but it's not good for the world. I won't even count the empire led by Donald Trump, but it's not good for the world what we're going to do. We're going to plunge it into economic distress that might be years in the mending.
What's that?
It's compounded hogwash.
Bet those weight loss meds ain't FDA approved.
Smells like...
Larry,
I don't blame the Iranians. If they execute that second tier of targets, I don't blame them. I don't blame them. You know, they had shot Erbil 2 or 3 times before. They had sent drones, they'd sent a missile or 2 or whatever, just to let the Israelis and the Brits know that they knew they were there. Underground intelligence facility. Well, this time they gave them more than just a warning that they were there. They knew they were there. I mean, they wiped them out virtually. Do that to everything else that they have on this second list of targets. It's Saudi Arabia, it's the pipelines, it's the Ras Tanura type facilities that deliver 8 to 12 billion barrels a day of oil. I mean, don't even talk about getting ships out of the Strait of Hormuz. You won't have any oil to put on the ships, nor any infrastructure to generate any more oil. So we're talking a real disaster if we move forward with this and the Iranians are forced to execute that second set of targets.
We know that Friday is holiday, and you have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If they want to invade Iran, want to capture one of these islands in the Persian Gulf close to the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to be on this Friday. It's because
Good Friday.
Yeah.
Pete Hicks says Good Friday.
Yeah.
Jedi Knight, Darth Vader. I'm going to attack them on my best holiday. God's going to help me.
He just got back from CENTCOM and he said that they say the only thing that they're asking us to do, give us more bombs. He said that during this briefing. But Larry, here is what Eric Prince, the founder of Blackwater, one of the contractors, said about invading Iran.
The Wagner Group equivalent in the empire.
The Karg Island is going to be mighty thin. Have to cycle, and that's assuming you don't have any losses from maintenance. So yeah, your initial assault into Karg Island is going to be mighty thin because those aircraft have to cycle, and that's assuming you don't have any losses from maintenance or from missiles. Do you do a mass drop of the 82nd on the Karg Island? Again, that's pretty sporty, and an airborne invasion in a place that has thousands and thousands of missiles. Not to mention, the Iranians have been learning. They've certainly been paying attention to modern drone warfare and have certainly implemented FPVs down to the squad level. I mean, you see videos of the Israelis in southern Lebanon losing tanks, losing armored personnel carriers to the same FPVs that the Russians have been using with great effect in Ukraine. So it is, again, a fight against Iran. They're not Arabs. They're Aryans. They are a highly intelligent, highly skilled warfighters, and it would not be the pushover by comparison that you see of the Iraqi army that worked.
Yeah.
The truth hurts. The truth hurts. He's right. He's right. I don't know that they're planning that, because I have to give, I think I told you what I told Colin Powell one time when I walked in his office and I was in a little bit of a peak, and I said, let's never make an Air Force officer chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff again. And he knew what I was saying, because they don't know anything about ground warfare. They know nothing about ground warfare. And so Kane, of course, is that. But he's got to have some Army generals who aren't just chicken shit cowards. They've got to be telling him, airborne operation on Carg Island? Are you kidding me? You want to get 3,000 people killed before they even hit the ground? You want to get them plummeting to the earth with their parachutes burning? I'm sorry. This isn't going to work. And as he was suggesting there with the Osprey, you know what the Marines call the Osprey? The flying death trap. One Marine said to me, would I be within my rights, Colonel, if I were embarking on an Osprey for a training mission and I refused to get on it? I didn't know how to answer him. Now, I have to say that it doesn't have any worse record than some of the couple of 3 aircraft in the past 50 years have developed in terms of killing people, bad records, in other words. But it does have a consistency and a particular problem with the rotation from forward flight to hovering flight and back again with that clutch that I think everybody knows about. And so I think every Marine who gets on an Osprey takes a moment and says to Jesus or whatever, Muhammad, whatever, please let me live through this flight. This is not an aircraft that I'd want to go to combat in like this, where it's so crucial that everything be perfectly timed, everything be exactly the right altitude, the right airspeed, the exact right landing profile, and so forth, because you are going to be interdicted majorly, if by nothing else than drones, but certainly probably by some pretty powerful missiles too. So Trump is asking to kill a lot of Americans for no reason whatsoever. As one Air Force sergeant said to me recently in an email, why are we doing this, Colonel? They present no threat to us. So why are we doing this? That question is probably making its way through a lot of the ranks too. In addition to the religious business and everything, there are probably a lot of people who are just sitting there asking themselves, why are we doing this? Not the pilots who are dropping the bombs and everything. That's one thing that I don't like about Air Force officers being chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They don't understand the ground. They only understand the technology that releases the bomb and the pictures and the happy video that show them the bomb hitting. They don't understand what's happening after the bomb hits. They don't understand ground warfare. They don't understand what it is to be under that bomb. And that's bad. That's bad. Look at the IDF Air Force, bloodthirstiest people on the face of the earth. Look at what they're doing in Lebanon. Bombing hotels, bombing restaurants, bombing dry cleaners, bombing old women, bombing old men, bombing babies in their carriages. That's what the IDF is good at. That's what they do. That's what air forces do. Bloodthirsty air forces. Soldiers know better. Marines know better. And this is terrible to hurl them into this conflict. It's just terrible. And I feel for all of them. Yeah. Not to mention the Iranians under the bombs. I mean, did you hear Arachi in front of the UN emergency panel on Manab School? He told it like it was. He said, we are evil. We are evil. We torpedo diplomacy, not once, but twice. He used that English word, torpedo. We torpedoed diplomacy twice. In the middle of diplomacy, we bomb people. Palestine started it all, he said. Palestine is the issue. It started it all. And he's right. And Bibi's still in there. Naftali Bennett is angry with Bibi because he's not killing the Palestinians fast enough.
You said the Whopper is the best burger in America when made right. So with your feedback, we've perfected every bite.
Larry, but the reality is that Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and many other people around Donald Trump are making money out of these wars.
Yes.
You know, Financial Times reported that Pete Hegseth's broker looked to buy defense fund before the attack on Iran. These guys are making a lot of money.
Yeah. Look at Mark Wayne Mullen. Mark Wayne Mullen didn't wait to be a senator to make $1 million plus. He made it as he waltzed into the Congress. He was already making money because he was already plugged into the Pelosi, the insider trading. I mean, you sometimes have a hard time defending America anymore. And then that report that's coming out, have you heard about the report that has been very carefully put together by, I guess, Brown University and some others? Since 2000, we have killed 38 million people with our sanctions. 38 million people, half of whom are children, women. 38 million people. Add into that Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia. I'd bet our toll is over Joseph Stalin's, over Mao Zedong's, and probably over Hitler's in terms of people the empire has killed. This is unconscionable. And Arachi was absolutely right in his damnation of this empire. I don't care what anybody thinks about Iran. You can think it's the most evil Islamic theocracy on the face of the earth. It does not hold a candle to the American empire.
Yeah. Actually, Pete Hegseth was bragging today that how precise are the attacks on Iran, and we are hitting, strategic points in strategic locations in Iran. But the reality is, Larry, that they're attacking pharmaceutical companies, mostly producing, medicine for
Arachi listed it
for the people. Yeah,
he listed it. Same thing they're doing in Cuba. I saw the what's happened to Cuba yesterday in aggregate. It's horrible. One of the best healthcare systems on the face of the earth. I know. I toured their hospitals. I toured their Hermanos Brigada. I toured their what John Bolton called a chemical facility. It was a bio-level 3 facility that actually made really good medicines. They wiped out Japanese encephalitis completely, wiped it out on the island. They did it all by themselves. Maybe they were helped a little by the Brazilians, but mostly they did it by themselves. They had
we have a lot of Cuban, doctors here in Brazil. They're amazing. They're amazing.
And they're just broken now. They're broken. Now, this Russian tanker may give them a little bit of life. I hope so, because it's got a lot of energy on it, if you will, in terms of they were doing things like taking babies off respirators because they had to conserve the power, and then hoping that when the power came back for an hour or two, the baby would not be dead.
Larry, when it comes to the situation in Israel, we have a new report. The guy who's in Israel, the Fox News, reporting for Fox News, he was reporting how the situation is getting worse as time goes by with this war. And here is what he reported.
Get from the Israeli people that we talk to is to finish the job. They don't want to have to deal with this. They don't want to have their children raised in bomb shelters. On Wednesday, tomorrow, the Israeli people will mark the first night of Passover, and many of them will be having their Passover seders in bomb shelters. And it's just a reality that the Israeli people are tired of. They want these threats to be reduced against their country, and they'd like to live in peace and stability.
It's such a good point, Trey, because, there's divided government in Israel. You got a prime minister of one side and you got a president of another side. But the one thing they agree on is the threat that Iran poses to their country. And I think that tells us.
Yeah.
They're missing the point, though. They're missing the point. Those Israelis want Netanyahu to wipe out the Palestinians and wipe out the Iranians. That's the solution they want. They don't understand that that solution is impossible to achieve and that they're the ones going to be wiped out. That's the truth of it.
And they're not going to be part of the operation if the United States decides to go underground on one of these islands and some of these islands.
No, you won't find the Israelis being anywhere near that. They know better.
No. And they're just getting a lot of significant casualties on the border with Lebanon.
The armored forces in Lebanon, I'm seeing pictures that I never thought I would see about the IDF vaunted armored corps. Moshe Dayan's rolling over in his grave. These people are unlimbering their tanks and running because their column, they're very smart, the Hezbollah fighter. They eliminate the lead tank, eliminate the rear tank, then they take one or two out in the center, then the rest are just sitting ducks because they're not even maintaining tactical distance in their columns because they're so used to not having to. So they're just moving in as fast as they can, bumper to bumper almost. That's extremely stupid, but it's extremely stupid, especially under this kind of warfare, because they're dying. I saw the Haaretz this morning, 5 more dead from the armored corps in Lebanon, and they're not reporting on all the casualties. I mean, there's a tight restriction on casualty reporting. Like I think I told you earlier, the official list in the hospitals was 5,817, I think. And then Netanyahu came out and said, yeah, but all but 137 of them had been released back to the bomb shelter or whatever. Yeah, right. How were they released back? Minus a hand, minus a foot, minus an arm? I mean, don't tell me that you have 5,000 plus, almost 6,000 in your hospitals and only 137 are there now. And all the rest of them were just, a Band-Aid.
Larry, when it comes to the policy in Israel, do you think that is it matter who's the prime minister of Israel anymore? Or do you think that, because all of them, you see,
I don't think there's a relief on the horizon. Labor's been killed. I'm not even sure what labor is anymore. Yitzhak Rabin's, I think, assassination just sort of set them back so far they couldn't see the light anymore. So there's no leavening force in Israel, which is another reason why it's not a democracy. It's a single party state. It's Likud. It's Likud and the allies it has that are even further to the right than Likud. And I understand yesterday they were out there beating with bullwhips or whatever the Orthodox that were refusing to go into the lines, and refusing to serve. This is not creating a very healthy situation either, that they're having to pound these people even to get them to serve. What kind of soldiers are they going to make? Are they just going to feed them into the caves and the tunnels or whatever and let them die? I'm sure some of them probably would like to do that with them, getting a free ride, not serving at all because their religious beliefs.
Yeah.
Israel is in turmoil. I think that's a light way of saying it. They're in turmoil. They've never been this hard pressed before. It certainly is not a safe haven for Jews anymore. It is anything but a safe haven. Living in bomb shelters 24/7, eating in bomb shelters, celebrating in bomb shelters. You come out of the bomb shelter, you have a real good chance of being severely wounded or dying. You're seeing everything when you do come out, you're seeing everything around you aflame or destroyed, including now lots of civilian properties and buildings and businesses. You've had your people, another 400,000 called up on top of the 300,000 called up before. Who's running your economy? No one. No one. Your economy is not running. This is a disaster for Israel, and no one is willing to admit it and correct it and move in some other direction.
No, they're talking about southern part of Lebanon. They don't want to leave Lebanon. They
Yeah.
want to, to grab the land.
And let's slide off and get Syria too. We want that Syrian guy dead too. We don't want that guy in charge of the government in Damascus anymore. Let's make it chaos. We're going to make Iran chaos. We'll make it chaos, and then we'll just wade into the chaos with settlers. And guess what? Have you looked at the West Bank lately? They even have IDF units now that are turning against the Palestinians remaining in the West Bank and helping the settlers to finish them off. At least that prima facie didn't happen. Maybe an individual IDF soldier might help an individual settler to kill a Palestinian or something, or run him off his land. But now you've got whole units helping them to destroy what's left of Palestinian life in the West Bank.
Elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry.
Bloodthirsty people who are getting their comeuppance.
But with the case of the war against Iran, the situation is not going the way they want it to be, because you see the United States is putting pressure on Poland to send their Patriot systems to Israel.
Yeah.
When you bring all of these systems, after South Korea, right now Poland, they rejected, by the way.
Yeah.
But it shows the reality of what is happening in Israel.
Good for the Poles. I saw the list the other day. You probably did too, of the 4 days left, 6 days left, 7 days left, 9 days left, and so forth. It's a pretty gruesome looking list for the most critical munitions that are needed right now. That's the reason you're not seeing much going up now. The report out of Haaretz this morning was that the government is saying that it's husbanding its missiles. Well, that means two things. One, you recognize you're running out, and two, they aren't, because otherwise you wouldn't be husbanding them, right? You put this out, they'll be out soon. They don't have that many missiles left. Well, why are you holding so many of your missiles and not firing them when missiles are coming in if you think they're running out? Well, you're holding them because their supplies are still pretty robust. And this second tier of targets, their supplies have to be fairly robust in order to execute that tier. So if it's out there to be executed, and it seemed like, who's the speaker of the Majlis? Ghalibaf. Yeah. He made some statements yesterday that were very indicative of they're right at launching that second tier. So they must have plenty of missiles.
Yeah. They know the situation in Israel. They literally, a lot of intelligence they have, coming out of Israel. Before the war started, we all thought, I was thinking that Mossad would have a lot of leverage in Iran, but as time goes by, it seems that they don't have anything in Iran.
I think they got them pretty badly after that last, remember Pence talking about the guy in the street, the Iranian protesting, and the Mossad agent was right behind him, pushing him? I think they found those Mossad agents and those CIA agents, and they got rid of them. And they found the Armenians and Azerbaijanis and Kurds and others who were helping, and they got rid of them too. So they did some major damage to Israel. And I was told, I don't know this for sure, the source was a little questionable, but that there were quite a few that Israel put back in to try and reconstitute that line of intelligence, if you will. And they rounded them up forthwith, got them too.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Canopy.
Mood is third-party tested, so it's safe.
And it ships.
Yeah. I think that's right, because from what I've seen, what I've heard so far is that they're just blind. They don't know what they're doing. That's why they're hitting universities, they're hitting hospitals, schools. This is the reason. If you have strategic locations, you go and hit the strategic locations. You don't hit these.
All war crimes. All war crimes. Every time you hit something like that, it's a war crime. Of course, as Arachi said, no one cares anymore, apparently. Starting with he always takes it back to the Palestinians. Starting with the Palestinians, no one cares anymore. All the rules are gone.
Netanyahu wants Larry to make a new sort of alliance with Arab states to go against the axis of resistance. But when it comes to the new alliance, some sort of new coalition against the axis of resistance, you have to have the army. Israelis or not. And who's going to help them in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, I would say, in UAE? Most of the people, the public opinion is against Israel. It doesn't matter if the elites or the guy who's running, the king, the whatever they have in their countries, the guy is not that much popular.
What a way to set up the fall of your own monarchy. I mean, no kidding. What a way to give Arab Spring a new life and a vicious life, because I wonder about Bahrain in particular, because it's just been blasted. And the fact that the people haven't taken advantage of that and just thrown the monarchy out on its fanny is a little bit remarkable. I've got to think that maybe some of the people were blasted too, that they really are kind of shivering in shock right now. People have told me that I wouldn't even believe Bahrain if I went there. That it's just so utterly destroyed.
Yeah. Larry, what do you make of Arab states trying to? We've learned from Associated Press. They reported that Saudi Arabia, together with the UAE, they trying to force Donald Trump to stay in the fight, to continue this war. On one hand, if you want to continue this conflict, this war, you have to have, the weapons, the bombs, the missiles, everything. This is on one hand. On the other hand, it seems that they're ready to prepare to provide the United States to give money to Donald Trump and his administration. But the money is not going to make the bombs.
No.
Because it's a huge, the process is getting too much time consuming. And
Greenfield Natural Meat Company never lost its way because they've always used meat raised.
I think they're very frightened. They're frightened of their own people, of course. They're always frightened of that, and they always keep a weather eye to the streets. But they're also frightened that if the United States pulls out and there is no rescuer for them, and there is a reason, if you think about it, for neither China or Russia wanting to assume that position. So who else is there? There is no rescuer for them. And then their people smell that, and their time is over. Now, the chaos that might occur in the wake of that might be worse than what was before, but I think I'd prefer to risk that to continuing those horrible monarchies further into the future. And the reason those monarchies have been able to continue is us. We've propped them up. We've given them the weapons to destroy their own people if they need to, and the Praetorian Guards to do it. That's what the Saudi National Guard is really for. It's a Praetorian Guard for the royals. So, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. But in this case, as someone who likes to think of himself as at least having some humanitarian instincts, I'd like to see these people get a little freedom. And so overthrow these people, overthrow them. That's anathema to my government, or it was to my government. I don't know. Compare the talk that Donald Trump gave. You remember the talk that he gave there in Riyadh? I think it was Riyadh. And he had all the potentates out there, and he was telling them how he understood their circumstances and appreciated their circumstances, and he was going to protect them and all this kind of stuff. And now look at what's happening. Where do they turn? other than asking him to be even more aggressive so they don't have an Iran at the end of it that's empowered to come over and smack them upside the head. I don't think Iran would do that anyway. I think it's going to take years for Iran to recover from all this pummeling that we've given it, rebuild its schools, its hospitals, everything virtually. But that's, I think, their fear that post-U.S. presence and no other supplementing great power, Iran's going to take them. I don't think that's a fear that's justified. I really don't. So they're just trying to save themselves. That's all. And I go back to Powell telling me about Prince Bandar and about the royals in general and saying, Larry, don't worry, the Saudis will always go to the most potent power, taking their money with them. And when it comes to the end of the day for the Saudi royal family, when it becomes untenable for them to be around anymore, and the same applies to Jordan and to Egypt and other countries. Mubarak proved it in Egypt. They just didn't consolidate it well. They're gone. They're gone. And the implication on Powell's part was good riddance. He wasn't comfortable with that relationship either.
Here is what Pete Hegseth today said about regime change in Iran.
Because regime change has occurred, should be wiser than the last. President Trump will make a deal he is willing, and the terms of the deal are known to them. If Iran is not willing, then the United States War Department will continue with even more intensity.
Yeah, the regime change has happened, you know.
All you got to do is put a helmet on him, and he's Darth Vader. Just put a black helmet on him and have it go. That's the way Darth Vader breathed through that helmet, and he's Darth Vader. I mean, you can't make this crap up, Nima. We are the Empire, and everyone else out there is Princess Leia and Han Solo and the Millennium Falcon and justice and truth and the galactical way. The prime imperative, as Star Trek would put it. That's who we are. We're the people the world hates.
It's not just Pete Hegseth. Donald Trump is negotiating behind the scene with himself, it seems.
Oh, yeah.
That it's Iranian.
Talks to himself at night between nightmares. Yeah. And then they had, what did they do in Pakistan? They had the Egyptian foreign minister. They had the Pakistani foreign minister. Who else did they have? They had a couple of other people there, and they were supposedly talking about the war in Iran. Now, what the hell do you think they were talking about the war in Iran? They were talking about the United States and how dangerous we have become.
And just adding, you know, when you have, you know, the Treasury Secretary, you may expect some sort of sanity from Treasury Secretary because he has the numbers. And here is what he said about the Strait of Hormuz.
Is well supplied, and we are seeing more and more ships go through on a daily basis as individual countries cut deals with the Iranian regime for the time being. But over time, the U.S. is going to retake control of the straits, and there will be freedom of navigation, whether it is through U.S. escorts or a multinational escort.
Tired of chronic stomach issues after eating? Ask if it could be EPI, a condition.
Yeah.
So he just described the situation exactly the way it is. If Iran wants you to get through, you get through. If Iran doesn't want you to get through, you don't get through. Now, can they maintain that posture indefinitely? Probably not, but can they maintain a sense of danger significant enough to inhibit insurers and shippers from going back full bore? Yes, probably for the indefinite future they can do that. Unless these ground operations succeed in some spectacular way, which I do not expect at all. The spectacle will be American boys and girls dying. But otherwise, I think they can probably maintain this selective passage for some time. And he's talking out of the top of his head. We don't have the naval craft the naval munitions or the naval capacity to keep that strait open on a continuing basis against a still fairly well-armed Iran. We just don't. So he's pipe dreaming. He's pipe dreaming at least 6 months down the road. And at the end of those 6 months, who the hell knows what's going to happen, because Trump is plunging in the polls. MAGA is leading that plunge in the polls. And there's no way the Republicans are going to win the midterms unless they cheat colossally. And I can't believe the Democrats will let them get away with that. I just can't. Not again.
Yeah. We know that Egypt is making, $800 million or $1 billion a month through the Suez Canal. I think Iran is preparing for such a thing, Larry, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. This reparation that they're talking about.
Yeah, they're already doing it.
Yeah.
As I understand it, they're already doing it. They're putting a permit cost on even their friends and people with, and that's probably, I mean, Ahmadinejad sort of suggested that in New York when we were talking, that they should. They have never thought about it, but they should, and maybe share it with others in the Gulf, Bahrain, UAE, whatever.
Oman gonna be part of it.
Oman,
not Bahrain.
That's the first one I'd pick too if I were Iran. A decent country with an eye towards peace all the time instead of war. They should. They should do that. And law of the sea treaty would, amend the record with regard to that and charge, just like Egypt charges for progressing through the Suez Canal and Panama charges for going through the Panama Canal.
Yes. Whenever we talk about the war with Iran, I think we have in the background, we see the threat of using nuclear bombs, Larry.
Yeah.
I think the threat of, the possibility of the use of the nuclear bombs is still there. And as long as Israel is in a desperate situation, we know what is going on in Israel. The population is not happy, as we've seen in this report on Fox News. The population is suffering a lot because they're in the bunkers. And you see the casualties on the border with Lebanon, how Lebanon is somehow dominating, IDF. And you see the pressure from Iranian missiles. So if out of all these, measures, Israel decides to use nuclear weapons, what is your understanding of that scenario?
I understand it simply from a military perspective that, as I've said before, one or two wouldn't be sufficient to influence decisively the situation. So I would look at Israel targeting those facilities that it thinks it knows are productive of missile firings in whatever way, on rails, underground, whatever. And in whatever terrain, mountainous terrain in most cases. And that would be quite a few nuclear weapons, at least 50 probably. And so that's really not just letting the genie out of the bottle, that's asking for retaliation. And it's asking for retaliation from more than one power in the region even. Yesterday, we got some reports that S-500s were being delivered along with Russians to operate them. That would put F-35s, that'd put everything in jeopardy. 600-mile radar range, I think. See them coming from 600 miles away. You can pop an F-35, anything you want with that. I don't know that that's the case. We haven't been able to verify it. The report was S-500s in quantity and Russian technicians to operation. So anytime you could introduce something into this conflict short of nuclear weapons that would be maybe not ultimately decisive, but it would certainly be tactically decisive at the moment and probably several moments after that. It caused us to have to readjust a lot of things. You wouldn't fly any B-52s over, for example, which Trump is threatening now. he's put B-52s apparently on alert to go over there and drop carpet bombs, and the other things. The B-52s can carry the air-launched cruise missile, I think it is, the ACLM, and other things like that. So they don't have to necessarily overfly Iranian territory. And then you've got, is it Lincoln? I think Lincoln's still sitting off 1,000 kilometers or so in the Arabian Sea. And they haven't tried anything yet, because at that distance, you do the math on it, at that distance, even a fairly significantly fast and, well, more than fairly significant, a very fast missile with a carpet bombing type warhead on it, it has trouble with the flank speed of a carrier. Full up is over 33 knots. That's really fast for a big platform like that. So you can get out of the way of the missile, as it were. It can't target you that fast in its terminal phase if you're going that fast and you're maneuvering too. That's how they lost the plane in the Red Sea, for example. Their arc of turn was too sharp and the plane fell off. Well, they'd batten down the hatches, or they just wouldn't do anything, just trying to evade the missile. So you wouldn't want to waste a couple of those missiles knowing they were going to miss at that extended range. You come in any closer, and that gets a lot easier. It's a lot easier for the missile to hit you and for you to get up flank speed and get away from it. So this has got lots of dimensions to it that haven't been explored yet. One of which is a good, lucky hit on an aircraft carrier, and 5,000 Americans dead in one fell swoop. There are so many things that could happen to complicate this war. What would the American people's support be if a main battle cruiser like that, capital ship we used to call them, an aircraft carrier in this case, went down with 5,000 men and women dead? Would the American people's view change? Because they don't support this war now, not in majority. They don't support this war. Would they shift and suddenly support it because of those deaths? I don't know. The American people can be very fickle sometimes. So I don't know. I don't think they would. I think they would make their non-support even more profound if that were to happen. They'd start wagging their fingers and saying, see, we told you shouldn't be doing this. You've just killed 5,000 men and women. I don't know. There's so many different things in war that, as Clausewitz points out repeatedly, you just don't know when something's going to change the dynamics. Powell used to call it the CNN effect. You know what he meant by that? A single soldier or Marine on the battlefield filmed by CNN doing something might change the whole prospect of the war. Think about Mogadishu, 93, was it? When that warrant officer was dragged through the street, burned and wounded badly and dead, ultimately pulled from the helicopter, Black Hawk down, and how that changed Americans' views of that conflict. And Clinton got out faster than greased lightning. He gave the commander an order to withdraw under pressure and do it tomorrow. And so that's the CNN effect. You don't know about that. The camera catches that single little tactical episode, and all of a sudden the people's support for that war goes away. But you never know when something like that's going to happen. For example, Carg Island, Ospreys burning, Marines dying, paratroopers in the air with their parachutes aflame. Those kind of scenes, that'll get the American people on President Trump's back like shit on a stick. So you never know when something like that's going to happen and change the whole complexion of the war, for one side at least.
Let's be honest, you have a lot going on, and sometimes you need a little support.
How was school, sweetie?
I think for the case of Donald Trump, you have to say Fox effect, not CNN effect.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The Fox effect. Yeah. Maybe Fox is the only one with enough guts to go over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you see my article on the front page of the Washington Post? Or,
no, I haven't seen.
It wasn't my article. It was Michelle Borstein, the religious reporter for the Washington Post, quoting me in the article. She called me an admiral. Admiral Wilkerson. Thanks for the promotion. But that article was the first article talking about Hegseth and his prayer meetings at the Pentagon and talking about how Trump is tolerating that, how unconstitutional that is. You know, it was the first article. It was above the fold, left side, front page of the Washington Post. That's the first time we've been able to get anything in the mainstream media.
It's just amazing together because they don't like, the people who are criticizing.
No, we're traitors. We're traitors. We're traitors just like Bobby Lee was a traitor, only Bobby Lee was really a traitor.
The only body in this system, the only one who's not traitor in this system is Lindsey Graham, who's just...
Yeah, he's straightforward.
The guy is...
Yeah, I'm being told by people in my home state right now that not only is, I think she's a pediatrician, the woman who's running against him as a Democrat, not only is she gaining ground, but also the guy in the primary that is running against Lindsey Graham in the Republican primary is worse than Graham, but he's tolerable. So they think there's a chance that he might unseat Graham in the primary before he even gets to the election. He's MAGA through and through, but he's a little, he's not a weird dude like Lindsey is.
Lindsey is just hybrid guy, It's just...
We have back with us again today Scott Ritter, who is a veteran Marine Corps intelligence officer, a former United Nations weapons inspector, now one of the most sought-after military analysts in the business. Scott, always a delight to have you on the show. Welcome back.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, listen, let's just get right into this. This is kind of breaking news because President Trump just said this a short while ago, that he's going to have this automatically open. Gary, if you could roll down a little bit in that article, one thing I wanted to highlight there, as he said, we're not going to be there too much longer. We're obliterating the blank out of them right now. It's a total obliteration, but we won't have to be there much longer. We will have more work to do in terms of killing their offensive, whatever capacity they have left. So it sounds like he's still trying to say, well, there's a military solution to this, so don't worry. How do you interpret that?
Sumo Citrus.
Well, first of all, Donald Trump is not a military expert. I know he's the commander in chief, but the man wouldn't know anything about the military if called upon to articulate further. Blowing the bleep out of them. What does that mean? Well, what it should mean is that we're in the midst of a strategic air campaign that has specific targets, goals, and objectives that have been laid out. But we know what the targets, goals, and objectives were. Regime change and preventing Iran from being able to launch ballistic missiles and drones. Both of those have failed. Pete Hegseth has bragged about, having 1,000 bombs hit 1,000 targets a day. I've been involved in strategic air campaign targeting. 1,000 targets a day is a lot of targets. And if you're doing that day after day after day for 3 weeks plus straight, that means you don't know what you're bombing. You're literally just trying to put ordnance out there, which means we're going back to a flawed concept that took place during the Gulf War, when near the end of the campaign, when we weren't killing what needed to be killed through air power, the Air Force said, we'll just have a formula that if we drop X many bombs, that means we destroyed X percentage of capability. It wasn't that way. The Army ended up killing the vast majority of the Iraqi equipment in ground-to-ground combat. The Air Force wasn't as effective as they thought they were. Here we have a pure air-driven campaign with bad targeting, bad intelligence, because if it was good intelligence, they wouldn't be launching missiles at us today, now would they? If it was good intelligence, they wouldn't have a regime in place that continues to tell us to pound sand, now would they? People need to wake up and understand that Pete Hegseth is the most incompetent Secretary of Defense. I won't call him Secretary of War because Congress hasn't designated him as such, and I'm a believer in Congress and the Constitution. So he's the Secretary of Defense. He's very incompetent, doesn't know what he's doing, and Therefore, he's unable to, pass on to the president any, insight or wisdom. The president is simply just babbling nonsense. They don't even brief this guy right. The president gets a short video presentation every day, update on the war. He has no idea what's going on. He's just looking at, images put together by some combat camera crew designed to make the president happy. It's war porn. And this president appears to like it and believes it. But I'm telling you right now, nothing is happening in Iran that resembles anything that Pete Hegseth or President Trump is saying.
And what is happening that he can't really get around, and that is the price of oil, because that continues to go up, and it stays up now. Both Brent and WTI are both hovering over 100 now, and that's only going to continue to go up every day. The Strait stays closed is more and more pressure, and that's why I think one of the things pushing President Trump right now to try and find an off ramp. This one graphic right here is one of the big ones here. Is that now that the average price of gasoline in the United States is over $4 a gallon. It has gone up $1.05 since late February, and that is apparently one of the fastest climbs that it's had since then. No evidence it's going to back down anytime soon. Not surprisingly, the right concurrent with that is Trump's job approval ratings. Of course, this is from Fox News, which doesn't like to give him bad news, but you see overall his disapproval at 59%, but on the Iran war, 64%, 71% on inflation. All of these are tied together. The economy, foreign policy, I mean, he's way underwater on all of those. Do you think that that's going to provide the impetus for him to try and find a way to get this off the table?
Well, he has no other choice. There it is, the daily video montage briefing. Good job, Donnie. You don't know anything by watching the video. I mean, I'm sorry, Colonel. I shouldn't allow myself to get distracted by these things. But they're
understandable.
Bill Clinton, when he was running for president the first time, was told it's the economy, stupid. That's what. Sadly, that's what Americans vote on, the economy. Americans, I don't mean to insult your audience. They're probably a very well-informed audience, but Americans at large don't know anything about the world we live in. We're literally the most ignorant people about the world we live in. Most people couldn't point Iran out on a map, couldn't describe the various geographical factors. Maybe today people are caught up in the war and they might know something, but they don't know anything about Iran. They don't know anything about the Iranian people, what the religion is, about what we're doing, whatever. But they do know that they're paying more at the gas pump. I know that. When this war started, $3.11. I just pumped yesterday. It was I think $4.09. Nearly gone up $1. And over time that plays out. You put 60 gallons in your car a week. That's $60. I don't know about you. I don't have $60 to start throwing around like that willy nilly here and there. We're coming up on summer pretty soon. Summer is the big, travel season. More important, not more important, but equally as important, or maybe even more, because we're talking about multi-billion-dollar industries. The price of jet fuel went from like $750 per ton to $1,750 per ton. Airlines can't just absorb this. That means the price is going to be passed on to the consumer, who's not going to fly. And if they don't fly, airlines are grounded. A friend who's an airline a flight attendant, she could be out of a job, and so could thousands of others out there. Pilots are out of a job. The people that work at the airports. We're talking about a major aspect of the American economy will be literally grounded because of the stupidity of Donald Trump. Where's his plan? I mean, even if we stop the war now, we may not be able to salvage the summer travel season, because it's going to take some time for the economy to catch up. We don't have a strategic, jet fuel reserve to draw upon. And if we did, it was being used to fuel the jets that Pete Hegseth sent them to fly over Iran and bomb them 1,000 times a day. And there's the other thing, 1,000 times a day. That means we're hitting civilian infrastructure. I mean, now this war was an illegal war of aggression to begin with, no justification under international law or the United States Constitution. And that makes Pete Hegseth and everybody else a war criminal by default. I mean, literally, this is a war crime. Every day we do this, everything we do is a war crime. You want to put boots on the ground? That's a war crime. You want to drop more bombs? That's a war crime. So all the people out there cheerleading this war, all you do is cheerleading war crimes. But we don't know what we're bombing, which means we're starting to bomb everything. Civilian targets. We're killing civilians. We have been killing them from the very first. I mean, in addition to the Minab girls' school, 175 dead girls between the ages of 6 and 12. We blew up a girls' volleyball game. Man, come on, Pete. That was pretty good targeting, wasn't it, pal? Put a missile right there. Well, it wasn't a missile, one of our advanced missiles, because we're testing out weapons, because we're America. We're the greatest military that walked the face of the earth. So we have defense industry produce new weapons. They say, hey, we're going to war against Iran. Let's take one of our new weapons and fire it in there. And they hit a girls' volleyball game in process. That's what we're doing. And every day he wants to bomb them into obliteration. He's not bombing anything. Study your history, ladies and gentlemen. Strategic air campaigns were launched against Germany and Japan during World War II. They did not break the will of the people to fight, and they did not retard the industry. Both Germany and Japan were producing more by the end of the war than they were at the beginning of the war. The Iranians have been planning this war now for 2 decades. They are building more. You think we've stopped their missile production? Think again. They're building them underground, just as where the Messerschmitt production went underground. Underground, they're building them, and we don't know how to stop them. And they're sitting there kicking our butts. I mean, there's not one aspect of this war that we're winning. If people want to point to putting bombs on the ground, that's not winning, ladies and gentlemen. That's losing.
It is. And you mentioned some of the things about the problem with the presidency and this war porn, as you called it, this 2-minute video or so, and just with devoid of context at all and devoid of the other side of the, I bet he wasn't showing a video of the E-3 AWACS plane getting waxed. I'm sure at Prince Sultan Air Base. I doubt very seriously. Problem is, he's not in isolation, because all those around him at the senior levels seem to be playing from the same sheet of music and maybe even feeding him the music. I just talked a minute ago. You mentioned Secretary Hegseth this morning in his conversation, in his comments, again saying that we're winning, everything's going great, no worries about it. And then Gary will play Rubio number 2 here. He's still trying to make the case that the objectives are clear.
It's important to remember the objectives of this operation from the very beginning. We are destroying Iran's Navy. We are destroying their ability, their missile launchers by a significant percentage. We're going to wipe out their defense industrial base, meaning their ability to make new missiles and new drones in the future, because it poses a great threat to the region. This Iran that you're seeing now, this is Iran at its weakest point. Imagine them 2 years from now if they had thousands of more missiles, thousands of more missile launchers and factories to make even more. That was an unacceptable risk. It needed to be addressed, and President Trump is addressing it.
So first of all, he's just talking wishful thinking here. You just specified about the fact that they have moved their facilities, their manufacturing facilities underground. Rubio's talking here like it's all above ground. And all we got to do is hit some buildings and then it's going to be at zero. But here's one artist rendering of what some of these underground facilities look at. This is in Yazd Granite Fortress, one of apparently 27 scattered throughout the country where these things are going on underground that you can't even get to with no matter what bunker buster bombs you have. So there's no substance to what Secretary Rubio said there.
None whatsoever. Again, the ignorance is manifest in every aspect of the Trump administration when it comes to this war is mind-boggling. The Iranians have been preparing for this war for over 2 decades now. Let me tell you what that means. That means when they buy high-tech equipment and they install it in the physical buildings of their plants, they understand the value of that. And the moment there's a possibility of military intervention, that equipment is evacuated. All that's left is an empty building. So Rubio's sitting there, singing praise for blowing up empty buildings. Haven't blown up any of the critical infrastructure. That stuff has either been put underground in Yazd and other places, or it's hidden in hide sites. I've done this. We did this to Iraq. I remember blowing the crap out of Iraq in Operation Desert Storm every day, sitting there looking at the targets, and we're striking their missile production, support facilities, and we're just obliterating them. Then I went in as a weapons inspector thinking I'm going to find everything destroyed. It's all been evacuated. And next thing you know, that we go to a place that had been destroyed, and the Iraqis had poured new concrete, and that equipment we thought we destroyed was there, back in business. This is the reality of modern warfare. If you give your enemy, especially enemy as resourceful as Iran, preparing, they have 20 years lead up. That facility, Firdos underground facility, or the Oz underground. These are places that have been burrowed out using North Korean burrowing technology, by the way, best in the world. They've been doing this for 20 years. These have been prepared not just for factories, but for hide sites. They've got over 120 of these hide sites buried in the mountains. And the equipment is taken there, hidden there. It's protected. We're not destroying that. We're just blowing up empty buildings. As an Iraqi once told me, you Americans are good at blowing things up. We're good at pouring concrete. The difference is what you're hitting is empty building. And when our concrete cures, we're back to full production. We haven't done anything to Iran. Marco Rubio's, I apologize, I'm trying to be respectful, but he's an idiot, a pure 100% idiot. So is Pete Hegseth. And so sadly is the President of the United States and everybody advising them. They don't know anything about modern war, nothing.
Yeah, and those that do, and I've spoken to some recently, he is getting some good advice. He is getting some good intelligence, but he has basically shielded off, according to what I'm told, those kinds of people that are bringing the hard, right, accurate information and instead embracing those who are telling him the things that he wants to hear. And I think these are the ramifications of that. But everybody's not buying it. So if Secretary Rubio can go to a comfortable American setting and say those things, and especially if you get into the MAGA world, they'll be embraced. But when he starts getting outside the country, we start getting a little bit different reaction, especially in Europe.
Look,
I'm sorry, Garrett, play that first, Rubio, if you could.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
We're all concerned about the reception that you might get when you arrive at the reception. I might get? Yeah, the reception. By who? Well, by all your fellow foreign ministers. I'm not concerned about it. I'm here on behalf of the United States of America. I look forward to meeting with them. I don't know what reception I would get from them. I think they should be happy that I'm going. Well, now we don't have to go. They might be happy, but they're not happy with what's going on. Well, again, I'm not there to make them happy. I get along with all of them on a personal level. We work with those governments very carefully, but the people I'm interested in making happy are the people of the United States. That's who I work for. I don't work for France or Germany or Japan. These are all good people. We're going to have great meetings. But I work for them. I work for the people of the United States.
And so we had just this morning, President Trump was dogging both the UK and France and saying, basically you both suck and you better find some courage, etc. We had also, the Minister of Defense of Spain telling us to pound sand. You can't use our air power. Italy has now said you can't use our air power. And Melania from Italy was quite vociferous, as she often is in her description today. You have Keir Starmer saying this is not our war. Friedrich Merz is saying we'll study the situation here. Everywhere you look, that people are distancing themselves from the United States, but nobody is embracing this stuff. What do you make of that?
The idea that we would go to war and the consequences are global. Anybody worth their salt knew that by attacking Iran, the probability that Iran would disrupt in a significant fashion the global energy markets. This was a knowable, or as Donald Rumsfeld liked to say, a known. But in Desert Storm, President George Herbert Walker Bush assembled, a great coalition. And we did it before we dropped bombs. We had French troops, British troops on the ground. We had Italian aircraft. We had basically people lining up to support us. We had checked that box off that said, before we go to war against Iraq, check off the box. In 2003, we tried. I remember in 2002, Paul Wolfowitz and Richard Armitage going to NATO to try and sell them on the wisdom of NATO getting involved in a military operation against Iraq. I was invited by NATO afterwards to brief them, and they believed me more than they believed Wolfowitz and Armitage about weapons of mass destruction. So NATO didn't get involved, but at least they made the effort. And then they, so talk about old Europe, new Europe. They went and got the Poles in Eastern Europe to support their illegal invasion and occupation of Iraq. Here, we didn't even try. We just did it. And now Europe's sitting there going, our economies are crashing. At a time when they were already strained because of the blowback from their sanctions policy against Russia, now their economies are crashing. It's an illegal war. It's not like this is a just war. It's not like Iran is posing a threat to anybody. This is an illegal war of aggression. And so Europe's just saying, no, we're not doing this. And what President Trump wants to get, he didn't even try. Why didn't Marco Rubio fly around Europe saying, hey, we think they have a nuclear bomb. We need you to line up. We need support. We need help with the Strait of Hormuz. We need to be proactive here, have a force ready to go. We haven't prepared for anything. All these ground troops that are moving in right now, this is a reaction to reality, post-conflict reality, meaning we didn't plan for this. Why didn't we have the Muse right there when the time came? Why didn't we have the 82nd Airborne right there ready to roll? Why didn't we have the 75th Ranger Regiment out there ready to rock, Delta 4 deployed? We didn't have anything there because this was supposed to be quick and easy. This was supposed to be boom, 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 regime change, collapse, everybody quits, no missiles launched. That was the war planning that Pete Hegseth came up with. I mean, there's nothing more, and we've been making it up as we go along. Colonel, you're aware of the OODA loop, right? John Boyd's decision-making cycle, and it's essential. I mean, the Marine Corps adopted it as its one of its premier foundational starting points, intellectual starting points for maneuver warfare, to make your enemy react to you, get inside their decision-making cycle. The Iranians own our decision-making cycle. They're driving every aspect of this war. We are reacting to them, and I'm here to tell you right now, just like in a fighter pilot situation, if a fighter pilot acts, the other side reacts. John Boyd's thing was he could get behind you and shoot you down. Same thing in war. The Iranians are going to win this war because they know what they're doing. They have a plan. They've been sticking to that plan, and their plan is working. We don't know what we're doing. We don't have a plan, and we're just making it up as we go along.
Elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry.
Dan, you got to bring yourself in, Dan.
Sorry about that. Hit the wrong button. That's obviously a major problem that we have, and something that I don't even think at the highest levels that we recognize. You mentioned the OODA loop there, and I was going to bring up a graphic to show the people who may not understand what that acronym stands for. But basically, it means that you have thought things through all the way before you take the first step there. And then when the things go wrong, you've already thought through branches and sequels and things you can do, et cetera. It's a logical, rational, mental framework that you can go on. We were trained on it. You were, I definitely was. What happened to those people? Because where are they now? Do you think that, and let's just look at that for a second, because that is central to this issue here. All those things you just described, and probably more that we could mention here, are evidence that no planning was done, no resourcing, and then no idea about, well, if plan A doesn't work, what is plan B, C, or D at this level, at that level, at the other level? We're just going off the cuff here. What does that tell you about the state of play of strategic thinking in apparently the most powerful nation on the planet?
Look, Colonel, you know this. You were around when, after the Gulf War, you saw the politicization of the United States military. You saw the Clinton, administration come in and immediately say, look, the military professionals that are currently running the military for 12 years, they've been under the control of, Ronald Reagan and Bush type Republicans. They mocked Barry McCaffrey when they made him the czar. They mocked everybody. And so they started replacing generals they felt that were ideologically non-aligned. You don't have generals that are ideological. Generals are supposed to be apolitical. Their job is to be military professionals. Their job is to tell politicians what their professional military opinion, not to sit there and say, I support your policy. Military officers aren't policy makers in terms of foreign policy, economic policy, et cetera. That's the civilian leadership's job, and the military's job is to implement the policy, execute the policy to the best of their professional military capabilities. But instead, he started pulling people out, replacing them, and we began the process of the politicization to the point where today you can't be an effective combat leader and survive a battalion commander selection board, because they're going to get into, or at least, they get into things that don't matter. You can't make it from lieutenant colonel to colonel unless you've done your purple defense industry type thing and learn about money and all this kind of. These leaders today aren't leaders; they're managers. That's the problem, Colonel. And I know I'm insulting a lot of people right now, but I just remember when I came back from the Gulf War, the Marine Corps tried to sell total quality management, TQM. And I just remember sitting in an auditorium with a bunch of company grade officers going, we don't manage, we lead. This is what they taught us from day one. We're not managers. That's what civilians do. That's what the Air Force does. We lead. We get out there and we show our tactical proficiency and we show our physical fitness, and we lead by example. We lead by expertise. Our modern leaders are managers, and they're managers of the worst sort, because they're not managing military professionalism. They're managing a business. They're managing a political campaign. They've become people who become cheerleaders for the policies of the civilian leadership. And therefore, they forgot that their job is to say not just no, but hell no on occasion. For instance, can you do this? No, sir, can't do that. I mean, if you order me to do it, I guess we'll send the Marines across the beach, but then they'll all die. But they forgot how to tell no. We had one guy get fired. One guy, the director of the Joint Chiefs, got fired because he dared say this plan isn't going to work. But what about the chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Why is he still there? Why is
that's what I was
everybody
gonna
there?
ask you. In this morning's briefing on this very topic you're mentioning at, he was asked about this issue about the war crimes that you mentioned, and specifically in this True Social by President Trump, where he said that we're going to be blowing up completely and obliterating all Iran's electric generating power plants, oil wells, cargo island, and possibly desalination plants. And they said, without using the word, because I think they were afraid to, they get kicked out. They said, basically, how do you protect the civilians, i.e. it's a war crime? How can you do that? And he had, in my view, a golden opportunity to say something there and stand up for the integrity of the officer corps and the moral right that used to represent the United States. And instead, he sounded like a lawyer. He said, well, what we're going to do is we're going to consider that, and then we're going to, take consideration of, literally said nothing at all, didn't even answer the question, and then moved on to whatever was next. And that is, if that's at the highest, and you said this guy here, the deputy, whatever, got fired, what message does that send to the rest of the Corps?
Okay, it's just a laxative.
Relax. It's Miralax. It works with the water in your body for gentle relief.
Vistaprint prints everything to get your brand in front of your fans, like t-shirts, water bottles, and totes, so everyone can.
No, this is look, there's so many aspects of this conflict that are America's going to pay a heavy price. We're going to pay a heavy price economically. We're going to pay a heavy price politically. People don't understand that this president has violated the Constitution in a flagrant manner. We have shredded international law. I mean, when you've got the Russian and Chinese saying there is no more international law, it's the wild, wild west out there. Guys, you don't want to live in a world, especially a world with all these nuclear weapons, where it's the wild, wild west. You sort of want the rule of law. It's like what happened in the wild, wild west. You don't want gunfighters shooting it out. You want law and order to come in, bring civilization in, so that the women and children now can live in the town, walk the streets peacefully without fear of a gunfight. Today, it's all gunfight. That's where we're at right now. But the military leadership, you have a duty and responsibility. I mean, again, it's the law of war manual. I mean, this is just basic stuff. And just so everybody understands, we have a manual, the law of war manual, but we also have Congress has passed, I think in 1996, the War Crimes Act. And the War Crimes Act says it's against the law to violate the Geneva Conventions. These matter. International law matters. There's a law that says if you violate them, you can be. And if it's a wanton violation, you can be put to death. That's the penalty, the death penalty. And so everybody, just so people understand, wrap your heads around this. Everybody that's carrying out this war right now, if there was a court of jurisdiction, would be found guilty and could be put to death. That's how serious this is. It's therefore incumbent upon the military officers to stand up and say, Mr. President, in accordance with the law of war manual, we have to look at issues such as distinction. We have to distinguish between civilian and military, and we have to look at proportionality, meaning the amount of violence that we're applying, is it proportional to the military objectives that we're doing? And right now, Mr. President, to be honest, your tweet, it doesn't meet any of that criteria. If to execute that at this point in time would be an unlawful order, and we have to refuse it. And I'm the senior guy in the military, and I'm here to tell you right now, I'm telling everybody else in the military, if you fire me, the next guy that comes up, you're going to have to fire him. You have to fire everybody down the chain of command, because nobody's going to violate the Constitution of the United States. You're not above the law. We took an oath to the Constitution, not to you, Mr. President, and you must abide by this. This isn't a military rebellion. It's not anything other than a military officer showing the integrity to say, we will not commit crimes in your name.
Yeah, that is so important to distinguish, Scott. This is not about a rebellion. This is not about saying don't obey the president at all. This is saying live up to your vow and your oath to the Constitution, which supersedes anyone in the office of the Oval Office. And nobody in the White House, it doesn't matter who it is, Trump or anyone else that may follow him, it's still overall. That's what should happen. But let me show you what does happen on a regular basis. Here is former CENTCOM commander General McKenzie giving his view of kind of how things are right now. See what you think.
We grew up on a lot of these big brands that we knew.
This is part of a plan that's been in existence for many years. What we're doing right now is we're reducing Iranian ability to target ships in the Strait through their short-range missiles, their drones, and other activities. We do that by maintaining air superiority over southern Iran on a 24/7 basis, looking for where these missiles are and striking them relentlessly. Once we reduce those to a very low level, then you'll be able to go in, if necessary, sweep for mines. I'm not certain they put mines in the water yet. I predict eventually they will. It's their nature. But we have the ability to do this. We're on plan. I'll be honest with you, Margaret. I've simulated this many years in many positions at Central Command. We're a little further along than we would have expected to be at this point in all the simulations that I've seen.
Come on, man. How can anybody, a former four-star, say this is ahead of schedule? I mean, he's literally echoing what President Trump himself has said. How can anyone say that this is even on schedule for the reasons you talked about a second ago? And yet, that's what a retired four-star says with a straight face to the American public.
Well, he war gamed it. In a war game, everything works out great. Not always. Sometimes you lose the war games, like every time we try to invade Taiwan or protect Taiwan from a Chinese invasion. We don't win those ones. I'd like to see how we did in his Strait of Hormuz clearance. But he's using terminology. You could take what he's saying and apply it, for instance, to Iraq. We were looking for ballistic missiles during Desert Storm, and we had air superiority, and our planes were, putting their, we were scanning for targets on the ground and interdicting where necessary. I mean, it all sounded really good. And we were trying to do that. I just want people to know that we didn't know what we were bombing then. And the Iraqis were still launching Scud missiles against Israel. So those planes are out there doing everything that four-star general just said. We were hitting Bedouin tents because the heat signature at night, when they put all their goats inside the tent, it looked like a cylindrical object. So we blew that up, killing Bedouin families. We hit school buses because some stupid person said that the length of the school bus is enough to hide a component of the Scud missile. So we blew those up. We blew up Jordanian tanks, trucks. We blew up, gas stations. We blew up everything that had nothing to do with, because we don't know what we're doing when we panic. I'm sorry, General McKenzie, you're full of it, and you know you're full of it because you're just sitting there throwing out peacetime platitudes. Pete Hegseth said he's bombing 1,000 points of ground. What are those targets? And we don't have control over the sky. See, we did everything long distance, and we're out of cruise missiles. We're out of the joint standoff weapons. Now we have to go in, and as we go in, we're finding out that the Iranian air defense is very much active. They're shooting down our drones. They hit an F-35. They're causing other planes to break off. We don't have control of the skies that he's implying. We don't know what we're bombing. He has no clue what he's talking about. He's sitting there playing a peacetime war game in his head, forgetting that the people who are executing this war plan, there is no war plan. Everything we're doing today was not pre-planned, ladies and gentlemen. There is no war plan. We are making it up as we go along. So McKenzie, go to hell. Really. No one should put that man on TV anymore, because what good is he? He's not telling the truth. He's implying that this is a plan. There is no plan, McKenzie, and you know there is no plan, because the plan you executed, which I know intimately, didn't involve us waiting 3 weeks to start putting forces in. We would have gone in on day one, blowing the crap out of their shore defenses, pushing in, seizing territory, pushing in further. But you don't take a MEU and push in too far. If you know anything about Marine expeditionary units, the first MEU will come in and seize the initial objective. Then another one has to come in behind it. But normally you have to park two more. So you need three. That's a brigade. You need another brigade to come in and push more inland. So now you're talking about a division's worth of troops. We don't have that. We have two MEUs. You think they're going to do what? Push in? They're not pushing in. They're going to die. And what, you're going to bring in paratroopers? God bless the airborne. But you know what? They'll just jump in and die. Think Arnhem. Think 1st British Airborne Division. That's what will happen to any paratroopers going. Rangers, they will die. Delta Force, let me, guys, give you just a little brief secret about Delta Force in Desert Storm. They were put into Western Iraq. every single insertion was detected as it happened. They were compromised. They didn't spend. This wasn't Delta Force stealthing around. They were running for their lives from day one. They ran. They were running, fleeing. Brave guys. I'm not putting them down. But to think that we're sitting there, you're going to go into Iran and we're going to control anything, we will control nothing. Nothing, because there's no plan. What makes a military unit professional isn't just the training of the troops and the quality of the leadership. It's the quality of the plan. And the plan involves logistics and a whole bunch of other stuff that just isn't happening. We are literally making it up as we go along. There is no plan. And McKinsey knows it. McKinsey should understand there is no plan.
Here's the interesting part. So you have just very cogently and passionately laid out what is necessary if there was a plan, and what if you were going to make effective use of ground troops, you would have to have all those things, numbers, you would have to have training and logistics and a plan to go along with it. If you had that, then you could say that could potentially provide some leverage for negotiations and for diplomacy, as it turns out. Well, our former chief diplomat, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, apparently doesn't know any of the things you just said, because here he was talking about how just the presence of physical boots somehow magically gives diplomacy a chance.
But you also move them there for security, troops safe that are in the region. So there's lots of radar systems, counter air systems that are being moved into place as well. You do move it there for a purpose of leverage and negotiation. Mr. Witkoff's position is much stronger when there's a bunch of Marines sitting on your doorstep. This is not time to pull back. They still have systems. You can see they're still able to fire rockets, missiles, not only from the Houthis and from Hezbollah in Lebanon, but directly from Iran, threatening our allies in the region, the Gulf states, the Emirates. We need to take down this system entirely.
I'm sorry, I about lost it there because Gary had a new warning system for Pompeo, which was perfectly self-appropriate for what in the world he said there. Because he's saying that last part there, that we have to take down the system entirely. And as you just said, you would need at least a brigade, 3 separate units to take even one piece of terrain. And he's talking about taking down the whole system. I mean, literally, what in the hell is going on with the senior echelon of our country intellectually?
We've been imbued with arrogance and ignorance. It's a horrible combination, because the ignorant, arrogant, you get people like Pompeo. Again, Americans, understand, we're the best when we, have a just cause. I mean, we sort of need a just cause to begin. Anything else than that, like right now, even if we were military proficient, which we're not, this isn't a just cause. This would be the equivalent of cheering on the Nazis. Yes, I said that because we are committing a war of aggression. That's the same crime that the Nazis were hung by the deck after Nuremberg. We're committing the same crime, the exact same crime. But you have to have military proficiency here. You have to have Marines sitting on a ship, unable to project power forward. Nobody's scared. You think the Iranians are scared of 4,000 Marines? They're not scared. I mean, the Iranians are saying, please bring them. Because 4,000 Marines, no matter how well trained they are, have zero combat capacity when it comes to meaningfully affecting the outcome of this battle. None. They'll just all die. It would take us 900,000 to 1.2 million troops to physically defeat the Iranians if we could do it. I don't think we can, because we'd have to project this power. Again, Curly, you know this. You know what it means to put a division on the ground, and every kilometer forward complicates your logistic sustainability, your ability to maintain. Tanks just don't keep driving. They break down. They need to be repaired. Engines need to be overhauled. Where do you do that in combat? There's a whole system that has to go in. It's not just about putting boots on the ground with guns. You got to put things on the ground. You got to put fuel. You got to put all the stuff that makes stuff work. And that means you have to have planned it. It has to be there ready. And you have to have a plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, because my God, if that LST comes in with your stuff that you're going to use and it gets hit and blows up, you better have that spare LST coming in with the spare equipment, because that's what you need to win this war. We don't have any of that going on right now. This is a tragic joke. The only good news is I can't believe there's a military commander out there who would execute any of the orders people are talking about right now. I just want people, again, I love my Marines. God, I'm very proud of being a Marine, and I'm proud of the Marines that are out there. But in May of 1975, the Cambodians, the Khmer Rouge, captured the Mayaguez. It took American sailors prisoner, took them off the ship. We thought they took them to this little island called Koh Tang Island. And so the decision was to take a Marine battalion landing team and assault the island and get these guys taken care of. Why not? We're America. It's just the Khmer Rouge. What the hell can they do? Intelligence said there's 30 to 50 of them. So we brought in the Marines, 11 helicopters in the first wave. 3 of them were shot down, killing a whole bunch of Marines and the Air Force guys. Of the 8 remaining, 5 were so badly damaged they had to flee, some of them unable to dislodge their Marines. So we're down to 3 helicopters now, and we have Marines on an island, not insufficient numbers, because that's what happens if you don't get the full complement in. Now you have Marines there who are in danger of being overrun because there is 300 to 500 Khmer Rouge heavily dug in, knowing what they were doing. And we ended up in a day-long battle that we lost. We lost the Battle of Koh Tang Island. We had to withdraw, leaving our dead on the ground. Worse, we left 3 Marines. An M60 team on the left flank was left. 3 Marines were abandoned by the Marines there because we left in a panic. They were captured and executed by the Khmer Rouge. That's what will happen if we go into Karg Island or any other place. We don't have the forces to do this.
You mentioned something about, we're talking so many things here about the leaders and putting troops in positions where they can not succeed, as you say, because they're not having the resource or the plan. There was a comment, I'd like your viewpoint on it this morning. You said a second ago, one other thing I think is also much more important than people recognize, and that's having a just cause to fight for. Not just because you're told to or because of something else fake. And this is what I believe. I'd like your view specifically. And this is from Secretary Hegseth this morning, where he's trying to give the justification to the troops as to why they should fight. Tell me, as a former combat soldier yourself, is this going to make you want to fight more?
As far as President Trump and boots on the ground, I don't understand why the base, which they have already, they understand, wouldn't have faith in his ability to execute on this. Look at his track record of pursuing peace through strength, America first outcomes. What he's simply saying, and it's exactly true, and I've said from this podium too, we're not going to foreclose any option. You can't fight and win a war if you tell your adversary what you are willing to do or what you are not willing to do, to include boots on the ground. Our adversary right now thinks there are 15 different ways we could come at them with boots on the ground. And guess what? There are. Not to. But if anybody has internalized the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan as the first one, President Trump, to call them out for what they are, he's not going to repeat those lessons.
And sorry, about right after that, one of the other sound bites was, he said, listen, these guys know they're fighting for their future. They're fighting to make sure there are no weapons of mass destruction, no nuclear weapons ever come in. They're fighting for their children. That's what he said today. How do you think that was resonating well with the troops?
I don't know. Lance Corporal Schmuckatelli back in the day, he just cared about, Lance Corporal Rodriguez and Lance Corporal Smith to his left and his right. He cared about, not dishonoring the Marine Corps. He cared about being able to execute his mission when called upon. He was worried about whether or not how he'd respond under fire. His corporal and his sergeant likewise were worried about the tactical mission in front of them. The lieutenants were as well. I don't think they spent too much time worrying about the grander, geopolitical consequences of what they're doing or what's right and wrong. There's no right and wrong in combat. There's life and death. Your job is to do what you're told to do and trust that your leadership is making the right decisions. Trust that your leadership has done its job. Trust that there's a plan, that when you're going in there, there's a plan to back you up. And that works. So those Marines will fight. But you know what will happen, Colonel, when there comes a point where they're on the ground and it suddenly becomes clear that they've been betrayed, that there is no plan, and that there is no, nobody's coming to save them, that this has gone to hell in a handbasket, and that suddenly they realize, wait a minute, we're invading another country for no reason. The morale will plummet. This happened in Vietnam. I wasn't in Vietnam, but I understand, the first people that went into Vietnam were true believers. My father was a true believer. He deployed in Vietnam in 1966, early on, Air Force. But he believed in the mission. He believed that we were doing the right thing. But look at the people that came out in 1970 after Tet. They didn't believe it anymore. They lost faith. They realized that we were not the good guys in this fight. We were the bad guys. And the total collapse. Remember, it took us a decade to rebuild the military after that because everybody lost faith. The military today, we have the internet, we have all this. I think that there are people now that realize that we're not the good guys here. Now, those Marines on there on the Tripoli and on the other ships, they're training, they're practicing, they're getting ready, they're steeling themselves for combat. But I think they if it goes in and they execute it, great. But when the first wave of Ospreys come in and 4 of them on the ground, all those Marines are dead. The other Marines are on the ground, and they didn't get the logistics that was in the 5th Osprey. They had to turn around, and they're under fire right now. They're running out of ammunition. Right about that time, it's going to hit them that we're the bad guys and we're losing. There's not going to be this, let's die for God, country, and America. It's going to be, ask the people in Iraq near the end. Did they believe in the mission? No. They were deployed there. They didn't believe in the mission because they knew that the mission was a lie. Right now, every
I can just add to that. I went in during the surge of the Afghanistan war, and so I was there 2010, 2011, and I was my job required me to go down at the tactical level and see what was happening at the tip of the spear on all these different combat brigades. And to a man, everybody that I talked to, which was anywhere from captains, lieutenants, and battalion commanders primarily, all the guys on the ground said, we have no idea why we're even standing here. All we're doing is doing the tactical mission because that's what we're told to do. But the orders from above make no sense because this is not accomplishing anything. So they, at that point, and tying to your point a second ago, were just fighting for each other to make sure that they could all come home. But they realized that the mission itself was unsolvable.
Yeah, and that's where we're at right now. I mean, look, there's no doubt in my mind that American fighting men and women will acquit themselves well when the time comes in terms of their initial tactical proficiency. They're very highly trained. The problem is we don't have a plan. I mean, this is the ultimate betrayal. We've got these great young Americans who are willing to give their lives for their country, willing to. They don't want to, but they're willing to. And they will do what we ask them to do. But it's the ultimate betrayal when we don't have a plan, when we haven't thought this thing through, when we send them forward into harm's way and they start dying, getting wounded, and there's no plan. And then you find out there's not just no plan, but there's no legitimacy to your actions. Colonel, you know this. You know that war, it breaks people. I mean, some people are strong and we can put forward a good face and all that stuff. But anybody who's been there, done that, and got the T-shirt, wakes up in the morning troubled by demons, troubled by the devil, because war requires you to do things that aren't normal. It's not natural. It's one thing to train for. It's another thing to actually do it. People can deal with the consequences of war when they look in the mirror and they say, I was fighting for a just cause. My comrades to my left and my right died. I'm very unhappy they died, but it was for a just cause. It was a sacrifice worthy of the loss. I can wrestle with these demons, but I can get through the day because I'm convinced that had I not done what I did, evil would have prevailed. But what happens when you look in the mirror and you say, everything was a lie? These guys died for no reason. I killed women and children for no reason. I did horrible things for no reason, no justification. And then you're broken. That's when the spirit's broken. That's why we got so many veterans committing suicide every day, because they've lost their way, because the wars we asked them to fight for 20 years, for 2 decades, were not just wars. Invading, occupying Iraq was not just. Invading, occupying Afghanistan was not just. And the way we behaved there, kicking down the doors of Iraqi civilians who just wanted to live. They weren't Saddam Hussein. They just wanted to live. They were at their home. Imagine somebody coming to your street, kicking down the doors of your neighbors while their kids are at home, pulling them out, making them sit there and cry. And if little Johnny Tucker was a little slow coming down the stairs, you shot and killed him in front of his family. The father jumped up because you just shot his son, and you killed him. The mother screams, you butt stroke her. Now you've killed an entire family. For what? For what? An Afghan wedding party. Put a bomb on them. We killed 75. For what? And we did this over and over and over and over again for decades straight. this is what's happening here. The guys that are fighting this war right now, someday these pilots, they're high-fiving each other. They're going to be puking their guts out in the toilet when they realize what they've done, what they're responsible for. And where's America going to be? You got that yellow bumper sticker on the back of your car? Go to hell. Because you got a yellow bumper sticker on the back of the car, then go to the VA and change out the colostomy bag of some 30-year-old kid who lost his bowels when he was 19. Go find, everybody loves the soldiers. Hey, you look good in uniform. Girls, hey, I want to marry you. Marry them. They go off to war. They come back and they're screwed up, man. They got hit with one too many IEDs. Their brain's a little rattled. And he's not the man that you married now, and you abandoned him. Now he feels the abandonment, and maybe he's hurt. And he starts doing drugs, and he's on the street homeless. I drove an ambulance for my fire department for a long time. We picked up homeless veterans all the time and took them to the VA. Abandoned by a society that claimed that we support our veterans. No, we don't. And the best way to support a veteran is to make sure we don't send them to an unjust war.
Yeah. Yeah, that's obviously. I'll just say I know a lot of people may feel uncomfortable about the coarseness of what you're saying right here, but the reason why we need to say this is because it's reality. This nonsense and this fiction that the likes of Lindsey Graham, who had the audacity to say, "God bless all you troops who were going there before any of them died," and now over 330 have been wounded, and at least 13 that we know of have been killed. It just angers me more than I can say, the audacity to say this. Or these guys that are saying, that these ground operations now, yeah, there'll be some sacrifices and losses. That's what happens in war. Mark Levin is the latest one here, definitely saying we should go in and take the reprocessed material out of Iran, whatever the cost is. And I'm like, okay, you know what, Mark? You lead the way, or your son, or your daughter, your family member. Let's see if you put them in the lead way, the lead element there, to realize that every word you just said is coarse and true and is waiting for our people here because of these absurd policies. That's what I think is important for us to convey.
I agree. And again, I apologize. I get a little emotional.
No, don't apologize. I didn't even attempt to stop you because you're just echoing what I feel right now as well.
Yeah, war is hell. To me, the ideal military career would be 20 years of training, and you'd have a bunch of achievement medals on your chest for achieving good things. No combat medals, no nothing. Not even deployment, because ideally we'd live in a world where we wouldn't have to project force. That's what we need diplomacy for. People need to understand that the reason why we have military forces engaged in Iran right now is that we don't have diplomacy. We aren't doing our job. We're sitting here really wanting to spend $200 billion on losing a war, when Marco Rubio has literally gutted the State Department staff. We're not even getting into arms control. We don't have any arms control. There's no more treaties at all. It's crazy. Nuclear anarchy is all around us. Two nuclear powers, Israel and the United States, are attacking a nation that had a nuclear program under monitoring by the International Atomic Energy Agency in accordance with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which means we're not supposed to be doing this. They're supposed to be protected, but we're violating that, which means that nuclear non-proliferation is no longer a thing. People need to understand that in Trump's made-up manufactured case about Iranian nuclear capabilities, he's just ensuring that other nations, there's going to be more nuclear armed states in the world, not less. We're going in the wrong direction here. This is just fundamentally bad. But this is what happens when you promote people that shouldn't be promoted. Colonel, you know this. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Pete Hegseth would be fired as an operations officer of any battalion he served in for half the crap that he's pulled here. If you had an operations officer brief you the way Hegseth is, with just platitudes and no detail, just throw out there, or give a prayer where he's quoting the Old Testament about how the religious aspects were, he'd be fired on the spot. The Marine Corps that I was in would have fired him on the spot. You're allowed to practice your religion, but you're not allowed to project your religion on the armed services of the United States of America. And that's what he's doing right now. He's a disgrace. He's a disgrace to the profession that he once served in. He's a disgrace to the profession he ostensibly leads today as Secretary of Defense, because he's not the Secretary of War. Congress hasn't deemed him to be such. He just made that stuff up and put it up out there because he wants to look and sound tough. The man is incompetent as the day is long. He may be able to bench 315 pounds. God bless you, Pete. I mean, I've never been able to do that, but I've been able to think. And He can't. I'll take 50 over bench press any day of the week.
Right out of the gates. You remember the whole thing about Signal Gate and all that, right? That's the guy that led this, did operational planning on an unsecured but encrypted signal chat, private signal chat there, and then lied about it and said, no, there wasn't any of that going on. Every person in uniform that's been in a service any more than, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks would certainly know that that was 100% against the Army regulations, and anyone else in the military who did that, like as a major, for example, which he was at one time, would have been court-martialed or severely, Article 15, something like that. You would have gotten retribution and immediately, no questions asked. And then there he is leading it and then lying about it along with everybody else that was on there. So that was just a symbol of things to come, and it's only gotten worse. And he talks about no rules of engagement. We're not going to have any silly rules of engagement. No mercy, no quarter. I mean, those are all projections of war crimes. So to buttress your argument, not only is he not qualified for the position, but he is unqualified as an American to be leading this, and is potentially leading others into war crimes. It's that serious, in my view.
Colonel, I couldn't agree more. I mean, the American people need to understand this. We're not on the right side of history right now. And if we don't correct course, we don't live in a constitutional republic anymore. We have a president who has foregone the concept of law, the rule of law. He says, I don't believe in law. I believe in my own personal morality. Problematic. And he doesn't care about Congress. He didn't even try to go to Congress to brings up people say, well, the War Powers Act. No, the War Powers Act requires there to be an imminent threat. There has to be an imminent threat. There was no imminent threat. What about Iran's nuclear stuff? Gosh, we were diplomatically engaged with them and actually had a deal worked out, ready to be signed. So there's no imminent threat. This is straight up unconstitutional as the day is long. It's a violation of the United Nations Charter. Well, Scott, that's international law. That doesn't matter. No, it's the Constitution because, geez, supremacy clause. We did, the president signed the charter, Senate ratified it, and it became the supreme law of the land here in the United States. The whole War Powers Act 1996 is premised on the validity of the Geneva Conventions, which serve as the cornerstone of the law of war manual. We are committing war crimes, nonstop war crimes. We have to correct this. So when this is all said and done, we're the nation of jurisdiction. We need to hold these people accountable right now. And I'm telling you right off the bat, Pete Hegseth must be arrested, tried, and if he's committed the crimes, and I believe he has, convicted. I'm not arguing for the death penalty. I don't want to see him shot, but I would like to see him spend the rest of his life in jail. Sort of the modern day version of Rudolf Hess. Who spent his entire life after defecting to the British after the war ended in Spandau prison. Fort Leavenworth should have a room called the Pete Hegseth Memorial Room, and that's where Pete gets to spend the rest of his life thinking about the crimes he has committed, the stupidity of his actions. And there's some generals that need to go down too. If you're wearing 4 stars, you're not going to be forgiven. You shouldn't be forgiven. In America, we need to hold these people accountable. Stop promoting them. Don't allow any companies to put these people on their boards to survive. You have a choice. You get to sit there and shut the companies down by not buying their products. So when you find out that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff retired and ended up going to Raytheon, just say, Raytheon, we're dumping your stock. We're not doing this. We do have the power to do things. We, the people of the United States, we vote, we buy. We've sort of given up on that. We're allowing these things to happen in our name. We can't. We have to fix this, or else it's the end of America as we know it.
Yep. There are some very, very serious ramifications. And unfortunately, I think that none of those things that you say will happen until there is a burn, until we have had disaster. And it looks to me like we are steaming headlong into the rocks right now. So all those things you say may come to pass only because we have lost our way and hit the rocks. But we'll have to wait and see how that's going to work out. But in the meantime, we are very, very grateful for you coming on. And even as this raw situation, this raw episode has been for both of us, it is necessary.
Kofi, follow me.